Welcome to a We Have Juan Soto and You Don't episode of the Filthy Casual MMA Watch Party. I am Dr. Evil Genius. This will be the last stream of its kind for 2024. I almost said the last stream of its kind for 2025. Okay, my bad. Okay, so let's quickly go through the lineup for today's fight card. How you guys doing? First of all, let me shout out Kratos for coming through. We got Carmen in the building and Mid-Mo. What's up, man? Mid-Mo. And man, oh man, it is so good to see you, Captain Paul, in the building. Welcome, brother. Much love to you. Thank you so much for coming by. Okay, so let me quickly go through. Mrs. Evil, do we have... He said white man has to eat. Did you put the tabs early, prelim, and main, or is everything in prelims?
Everything's in prelim. I only don't show the... Yeah, there you go.
Got it. Okay, I just want to be sure because there's a lot of fights.
Early is only when there's pay-per-view and we actually have early prelims.
All right. I just wanted to be sure. Because I thought that you might, because there's mad fights on the undercard, so you might have split them.
Why are we both wearing blue?
Because this is the We Got Juan Soto and You Didn't version of the Filthy Casual MMA Watch Party.
Oh no, I should have worn the sweater. Hold on, I'm going to change. I have something better to wear. Oh
my God. We are now the evil empire. Okay, let's get into it. Josephine Lindgren Knutson versus Piera, probably Rodriguez, at women's 115. Don't have a whole lot of analysis for you on that one. Hopefully it doesn't suck. Next up, we've got Davy Grant versus Ramon Taveras at 135. We know that Davy Grant always brings the noise, so probably will be a fun matchup there. Miranda Maverick versus Jamie Lynn Horth. Miranda Maverick, another tough fighter. So that's a 125 fight on the ladies' side. Don't really know what the quality of that fight will be, but we know that Miranda Maverick will be in her opponent's face from the opening bell until when the fight ends. Miles Johns versus Felipe Lima. I actually heard something about Miles Johns either having some manufactured or real beef with the former bantamweight champion Cody Garbrandt. I don't know how legit all of that is, but we're gonna see if, because Cody Garbrandt is miles from where he used to be. No pun intended. But Miles Johns has never really fought a fighter of that caliber. So I don't know what he's trying to do here. The stick bug, Sean Woodson, the tallest featherweight ever, versus Fernando Padilla. Next up, we have Joel Alvarez versus Drakkar Klose. We haven't seen Drakkar Klose in a while. If you guys remember, maybe about 4 years ago, he got shoved during a stare down and suffered a pretty severe spine injury. And wasn't quite sure if he would ever fight again, but he's back in the cage. He doesn't fight that often. We'll see what he does against Joel Alvarez. And our featured prelim of the evening will be Michael Johnson, the legend, versus Atman Izaitar.
I just want to make sure the space is decorated properly. We got the hat. So we need a little... I feel like we can add more.
Oh man. Oh man.
There's more we can add.
Yeah. See, I'm just gonna kind of let you guys in on a little something, okay? Mrs. Evil would not be participating in this if not for the crybaby, salty ass reactions, particularly from New York Yankee fans. New York Yankee fans, you have been comporting yourself with the emotional maturity of a 6-year-old who is now upset that another child is playing with a toy that you lost interest in. And now you want it because somebody else has found enjoyment with it. Or better yet, I can say that you guys are acting like the guy in high school, he's got a crush on a girl. And he goes and he's like, hey, like, I'm really attracted to you. I would like to be your boyfriend. And then she says, I think I'll politely decline your overture. And then you run back to your friends, well, she wasn't that hot anyway. She's not that good. Look, she's probably gonna get old and fat. Oh, wow. She's really laying it on thick, guys. Oh.
I could have done the other blanket, which is thicker.
Thicker. We all like it thicker. Okay. Our first fight of the main card.
Aren't you supposed to wait at least 30 minutes before doing those jokes?
Navajo Sterling versus Tuco Tocas. We will have a lot of fun saying that name. Just saying.
Guys, let me know what would be best. I really wanted to
David Banner's probably just not going to show up today. Adrian Yanez versus Danielle Marcos is up next. Next up, we've got Vitor Petrino.
Is that okay, babe?
Versus Dustin Jacoby.
Help me with my interior.
Oh, wow.
Design.
Oh, no, we can drape it over the screen up there.
This one could drape over the screen, and then I can get the thicker one for this.
She's gone crazy, yo.
I mean, you're the one that gave me the idea for the screen, although I would have you do the screen because I'm klutzy. And
she doesn't want to rip the expensive TV off the wall. Yeah.
So, are we doing that? You gonna put it on the screen? Okay, I'll get the other one.
Woo! Manel Kape versus Bruno Gustavo da Silva. When Manel Kape first came to the UFC, I was really, really happy. I was. We've gotten to the point where I'm getting close to that place where I just don't want to see Manel Kape in the UFC anymore. I mean, he does a lot of talking. He does a lot of insulting.
It's upside down.
And actually, the pecking order in New York baseball is currently upside down. That actually used to be pinned up on the wall.
So we're not that crazy today. We're just
In the old apartment when we lived in Brooklyn.
So we're not going too crazy. This is
She's lost her mind, folks.
I have not.
She's lost it. Manel Kape just doesn't. I'm kind of out on Manel Kape as looking at him as an upper level title contending, super talented, fierce, tough fight. I'm kind of over it.
I'm gonna send a screenshot to my dad after this
Yeah.
is all up.
Yeah, I'm just kind of over Manel Cop, and we'll see what Bruno Gustavo da Silva got for him. Manel Cop is probably still going to win this fight, though. But I'm just saying, the honeymoon period with him in the UFC has ended for me.
Which one of these do you like the most?
Oh my God, she's lost it. She's lost it, folks.
You want the favorite one?
2 fan favorites. Cub Swanson versus Billy Q.
Or should we do the Black Panther?
We lost. Well, he's going to be traded.
Oh.
Sorry.
No other Syndergaard?
He's been gone from the team.
Well, I mean, you still got Edwin Diaz?
We still have Edwin Diaz.
Alright, Diaz it is.
Billy Q suffered a loss that I really wasn't happy to watch last time out. And I think Cub Swanson kind of did get jerked out of a victory by the judges. 2 fan favorites, one of them got to lose. Although I will say Cub Swanson is more popular than Billy Quarantillo. I had to say that ultra white Quarantillo. Our main event is 2 of the most polarizing personalities in all of the UFC. We've got Colby Covington, winner of several undeserved world title shots, versus Joaquin Buckley, that had the knockout, probably one of the top 5 knockouts in the history of the UFC. The guy that he knocked out ended up winning a $1 million tournament with the PFL, so it kind of shows you just how bad the competition is in the PFL.
Make sure my head doesn't block it.
Kasaganai had like one of the most cartoonish knockout reactions this side of Johnny Walker.
Yeah.
Oh, there's something in your hair.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, can't. Just gonna really. Sorry, guys. I can't let weird shit go down like that.
Right.
Okay,
And
so
we're back.
So, yeah, so we are, I guess, watching the Disney version. So, Mrs. Evil wanted to, like, not use the ESPN stream.
Try out the Disney Plus app. Website.
So, I do kind of have to make somewhat of an announcement here. We received a massive copyright strike from the UFC that we never saw before, due in part to, we believe, the audio from the show.
It was the audio from the show, yes.
We've never gotten dinged for that before.
Not-
I mean, we don't monetize the stream anyway.
Not that badly. We have before in the past, but it's just for one segment. This time it was for multiple segments within a 5-hour period. Like, it was really spread out.
Right. So we're gonna kind of
Keep our volume low. So
Yeah,
if the commentators say something, we're probably not going to catch it. So if they say something that we should probably pay attention to, let us know.
well,
I'm not going to hear it.
what we're gonna do is we are going to kind of see what will actually trigger the we're gonna see what will trigger it before, like, we go off the deep end like that.
No, I mean, I expect it to be low like this, but
Right.
I'm not going to really be listening for what they're
But sometimes, we turn it up loud so that we can hear it, and sometimes the microphone can catch it. But we got, like, I think 3 different copyright strikes, and one of them was from the UFC for pretty much. So, we're gonna try to keep it at a level where only we can hear it. But I'm definitely kind of interested to see just how much that they're able to pick up. As far as, and then we'll kind of settle on
When I replayed the video, the pieces that they were claiming, just a few of them, it was loud. Like the mic really picked up.
right. So
Clear audio.
right. So yeah. So we'll see. Yeah, it happens. Right.
140 something of these, and I think they only dinged us a handful of times. So we're still winning.
Yeah. So, okay. Let's get to some of these comments. Kratos says, dealing with the stomach flu since yesterday. I'm not feeling good at the moment. Also, Covington in 3 or less. That is, wow. Okay. That's definitely going up because Covington is the master of getting decisions. He doesn't finish anybody. And if he's able to finish Joaquin Buckley inside the first 3, I mean, you might have to become like a professional analyst if that happens. Carbon was in here for a little bit. I don't know if you're still here. Salute to you, buddy. Midmo is in here. He says, all I know is I got Colby Covington tonight. I definitely have Joaquin Buckley. Hey, Carbon's still here. Nice. Okay. Captain Paul says, white man has to eat. Yes, this. I want to let you guys know that there has been a racial transfer in power here on the Talking Shit podcast, effective immediately, January 20th, 2025.
Effective immediately, January 20th. Mm-hmm.
Yes. I mean, that sounded like Trump talking, right?
It made perfect sense. I wanted to make sure everyone...
It's gonna be a bigly day.
Excellent.
Okay. Midmo is letting you know.
Howdy, dude.
Jake Miller says, did that ESPN Foundation just say it will even the amount of money going to cancer treatments researched by race? I don't know who cures my cancer. Just give me the money. Give the money to the most successful clinic. Hold that thought.
And before you even read the comment, finish the decorations.
Hold on. Oh, well.
He just made me snort.
Let me try this again. Did that ESPN Foundation just say it will even the amount of money going to cancer treatments research by race? I don't understand what you're saying. I don't know who cures my cancer. Just give the money to the most successful clinic. I'm not. I'll give a little bit. I'll play devil's advocate here with you, Jake. Does the most successful clinic need more money, or do the less successful clinics need funding so that they could get to the level of the most successful clinic, so that people all around could get access to that level of care? I'll let you be the judge on that, Jake. Oh, before I read your next comment, let me do this thing that you asked me to do.
Finish up with the interior design.
I was like, why did you bring 2 of these out? And I just realized that this is the other side.
Yeah, this is the first time we've unraveled it.
Oh, yeah.
Ever.
Wow. Yeah, there's still a tag on it. It's kind of weird. You want to rip that off? Because it's like right in the middle. There you go. So yeah. Also, I don't want them to be like, yeah, there was some kind of There you go. There you go. Is that better, David Banner? Is that better? Okay. Okay. Jake Miller's next comment is, the Mets overpaid, but seeing them lose out on Lindor and Soto is great. And when he's talking about them, he's talking about your New York Yankees. Yeah. I was unaware that the Yankees were in on Lindor, but now... Oh, and... Okay, so... I'm going to rub it in. I want to thank the New York Yankees because they made it easier to sign Juan Soto in more than one way. I had to remind myself that during the Subway Series, the Mets actually swept the Yankees in 2024. So how did Juan Soto feel about being on a team with Aaron Judge that couldn't beat the Mets even once in 2024?
Hold on. That's my dad.
Okay. Carbon, much love to you, brother. David Banner has joined us. How you doing today, brother? How you doing today, brother? How you doing? You doing all right, brother? Okay. Banner says, look at this ish here. One guy signs to your ishy team, and all of a sudden, you're super Met. You really paid for that mid-team gear and are proud having it around. You got Mets knee pads, too. We don't have Mets knee pads.
That sounds like a different sort of conversation.
No, I mean, when I handle certain types of business, it's usually not in that way. Okay, moving on. Yes. Yes. So for all you haters out there that don't want to see the writing on the wall, I would like to invite you to remain salty. All right? Make sure you get your electrolytes. Okay? Because we wouldn't want you to get dehydrated.
Not sponsored by
Element. Oh, but Dr. Mike, he's sponsored by Element. David Banner goes on to say, this is the same guy that bought season tickets and didn't go to a game because they were sub 500 until late September. What the hell are you talking about? We went to all the games. I mean, some of the games you had to work, so I had to go with other people.
I think you only gave away tickets for one or two of the games.
Because one of the times I got the Rona. That was crazy. No, because I got the Rona. Yes. I got the Rona. Yeah.
You just you gave away both seats, but you were at 99 point something% of the games. I don't know.
Oh no, I gave away my tickets because I thought I was getting the Rona, and then I didn't. Yeah.
The first time having season tickets, we weren't missing.
Nah,
he was not missing
nah,
games. That would have been a waste of money.
I mean, Banner, we come from the gutter. Okay, we come from being ultra poor. We're not spending $8,500 on anything and then like not using it. Sorry, not gonna happen.
It was fun. It was okay fair. I love how balanced David is. He'll go from one extreme to the other.
Yeah. So, we can talk the landscape of the baseball offseason. We can talk about the fact that these guys are like, oh my God, I hear the audio. We must shut down their stream. David Banner says, I admit that's actually a good thing. A lot of fair weather fans out there. Let me talk to you guys about.
You see what I mean by him being balanced?
Yeah, but
he's like, y'all are crazy. Okay, no, that's fair.
But here's the thing, right? I remember when I was in high school. Oh,
Ooh,
that jacket is crazy.
David, what do you think about the jacket? Actually, everyone, what do you think about Bruce's coat?
He looks like a bleeding candy cane. So I gotta want to talk to you guys because we're all sports fans, right? The guys that come through here week after week after week after week, we're all sports fans, right? I remember when I was in high school, the New York Mets, when they played at Shea Stadium, they had Bruce looks like he pimps elves. I'm done. Hell yeah. Like, bitch, where my candy canes at? So I remember the Mets used to run these promotions. They ran it on Fridays, and then they started running it on Wednesdays. They had the Pepsi Fridays, and then it was like the Pepsi Wednesdays. So my friend, who shall remain nameless because he has not stopped crying since Sunday night. Me and him would, I remember sometimes, like, because I didn't have any money, I would find a Pepsi bottle in a garbage can or on the street, right? And he's checking for his bottom elf hole. Oh, wow, she almost got knocked out right at the start of the fight. Goodness. The fight, the event just started. Rodriguez just like...
She wants that end-of-year bonus.
Yeah, the way that Knutson's head popped back, right? I was like, we're about to have one of the fastest knockouts in UFC history? No, because it's about to turn into a hug fest here. So, back in the late 1990s, I want to say 1998. We would either I would get like enough to get a can or a bottle of a Pepsi product, or if I just didn't have the money, I would take it. I would pick it up right off the street, right? And we would take the subway, take that 7 train all the way to Shea Stadium, and we would get in the games for free with with just an empty Pepsi bottle or can. And I remember going to games. I think the first 6 Met games I ever went to, I think the Mets won the game. And I remember distinctly there was a Friday night game against the Pittsburgh Pirates, and it was with like a chance to go to the playoffs on like one of the last series of the season, and my Yankee fan friend had even seen like the intensity of like the high stakes game that we were watching, and we were banging on the bleachers, to the point where, like, if you were watching it on TV, you can actually hear us banging on the bleachers. Let's go Mets. Let's go Mets. But this is before he became a Yankee douchebag fan, like, oh my God, I don't care about what the Mets are doing. Blah, 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 blah. And, these are some of my first... I remember one time I skipped school, and I went to the ballpark for one of those promotion games. And we got there early enough to catch the players coming in, and I had my notebook, and like I was just asking for autographs. I put all the players' autographs on like this random notebook.
And you guys literally said, "Let's go."
And I never forgot this. Like we had this one first baseman, Benny Agbayani, who was like this big Hawaiian guy. I mean, the dude was massive, especially for me. I was 16 at the time, and I probably weighed like maybe 120 pounds at the most. Benny Agbayani was like pushing 270. I was like, damn, he's massive. And then he had this tiny wife. I just never forgot that, right? Like, these are the things that I, as a sports fan, through my formative years, being a huge Mets fan at the time, with really no reason to be a Mets fan from the outside, because the Yankees were the royalty. They were winning. They had just won the World Series in '98, But I was told by Yankee fans that I wasn't allowed to be a fan of both teams. So I was just like, well, you guys are assholes, and really don't want to be fans of the same team as you because you guys are assholes. So I just stopped rooting for the Yankees at that point, right? That was like '99, and the Mets ended up making the playoffs. Banner says fight just ended. On my end, you guys are far behind. Wow, really?
Damn, Disney Plus.
How did they mess this up? Yeah, he's right.
What's the
Wow, ESPN, y'all really messed this up. Or Disney.
Alright, well,
Wow.
first time using the app for this.
Alright, so we might have caught up to you, Banner. We'll see. Because the fight definitely is over.
This, we could see that it's blue, so I didn't know.
Yeah, it was white the whole time.
Yeah. Okay.
So the thing is, you know what I think happened? The same mistake that Netflix made with the Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
Where you click the live button and it goes back to the beginning. Well, there was a lot of blood too. The same thing happened to us. We clicked the live and it went back to the beginning.
No, but the thing is, we were never watching it, so there was no save point. Like I understand the point that you're making, but I
which is why they took us to the beginning.
Hit play.
Right.
Because
we hit the live button and it didn't do that.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Great.
Lessons learned.
Yeah. Hey, sorry.
Thanks for the heads up, David.
Thanks, Dave. We appreciate it. So, 1999, we beat the Pirates to end the season to make the playoffs. That was the first time I saw my team make the playoffs. We ended up going up against the Yankees in 2000, and then we had this kid that Yankee fans held up as a hero who reached over the outfield fence for a ball that was going to be a double off the wall. He reached over the fence to catch the ball and bring it in, and the umpires called it a home run, a fake home run for Derek Jeter. And I remember being salty for so long. Like the Yankees didn't need extra help. Damn, she looks good.
Yeah.
The Yankees didn't need extra help from the umpires. But, the Yankees got that championship and whatever. It's like, okay, first Subway Series. Gotcha. This goes back to when I was listening to baseball games on the radio. Listening to everything that happened with the players' strike in 1994. I mean, it goes back so far, we got David Wright and, the Mike Piazza trade, and, we would end up, getting these players that everybody knew the name of, but they were already in their mid to late 30s by the time we got them. And the, Mets were overpaying for old people and giving them money based upon what they used to do. in the fact that fans recognized their names so they would come to the game, but they were already well past their primes.
Mm-hmm.
So we didn't win games on a consistent basis. You know, we ended up getting Carlos Beltran toward, you know, the second half of his prime, and he, you know, had a really great 2006. You know, we went pretty far. And then we watched him take strike 3 down the middle to end the season against the St. Louis Cardinals. That tore this blood pumping organ right out of the middle of my chest.
Mm-hmm.
And then you think, we were so good, we're going to just be back there. Nope, back to mediocrity.
Mm-hmm.
Made the World Series in 2015, and we really shouldn't have, against a Royals team that shouldn't have made the World Series either. And then, like, the Mets would have the lead late in the game, and then I had to watch Royals players that I didn't even know the name of foul off pitch after pitch after pitch after pitch after pitch. Like, they weren't trying to hit home runs. They weren't trying to, you know, put a double in the gap off the wall or anything like that. It was just, we're just going to keep on until we can hit a little slow dribbler that makes it just past the mound, and then we can, like, damn near tear our hamstring trying to stretch to reach the first base. Like, it was like a horror film unfolding slowly. Let's hide behind the chainsaws.
Not go into the running car.
You know? So, you know, watching a lot of the struggles of this team over the years, as Mets fans, you talk to other Mets fans as a Met fan, and we're all like, damn, that first one, if we ever get it while we're alive, man, that is going to be sweet as hell, you know? Meanwhile, Yankee fans are like, well, we're supposed to just win every year, and if I don't get my way, it's like, do you, like, we can't afford to be entitled and delusional as Mets fans, right? But the thing is, we also knew that our ownership was a problem. You know, when it was owned by the Doubleday and the Wilpon families. And I remember, like, it looked like the Mets were about to, like, really start to make moves. Like, real moves to, like, make themselves real championship contenders. We had great young pitching. We're going to go out and we're going to get these guys. And then Bernie Madoff's sons say, you know what? We've been benefiting for decades from our father stealing billions of dollars. You know what? We're going to rat on our father. How does that affect the New York Mets? Well, Bernie Madoff, when he would take funds from people and say, we're going to invest it and get you these massive profits, right? He would give their money to the Mets and other people that he had, because it was a Ponzi scheme, right? So you take money from one person and tell them, I'm going to get you so much money. And then you use that money that they invested with you and then give it as a payment to the last people that you took money from to make it look like you're on the up and up, you're on the legit.
Right.
But the thing is, when you have so many assets under management, everybody thinks you're legit. Every person that lends you money makes it easier for the next person to then lend you money, right? So his sons rat him out to the feds. Right, so, well, they're moving a lot right now.
Minds their own.
Yeah, for real. I think you like titties like that. You don't like ass like that.
Yes.
Okay. So, the Mets had profited. They had actually seen a return on their investment. So when the funds went to go claw stuff back, They weren't just looking for Madoff stuff.
One kick, he's already hurt.
Yeah, they're like, listen, if there is anybody that got more money back than they put in, we're taking that money from you. And they took it from the Mets. And since the Mets were really one of the only reasons why the Wilpons were rich to begin with, the team couldn't do anything in free agency anymore, and it took away a lot of our momentum as a franchise to put together a perennial winner in the 20 teens. And since they couldn't do that anymore, do you see that gyno on Davy Grant?
No. The only thing I can see are his ribs.
No. So if you look at the nipple, watch, you'll see it. You'll see it.
Just,
See, look at that gyno.
Yeah, I see it.
Are we gonna now say that Davy Grant is on steroids? It looks like a titty.
Yeah.
And it's only on one side, it appears. It looks like it's only on one side.
So awkwardly shaped.
Yeah.
Even before, the gyno.
Oh, he's got gyno. Now I'm looking for the other side to see if there's gyno there too. It's mostly on the left side. Oh, man. David Banner said, Davey was smoking weed with Izzy. Relax. That's how they both got it. That shit on your lip got some shit on its lip. Okay. That was rough.
Lost your train of thought?
A client is asking me for something, and I don't really like what he's asking me for. Yeah, so here's the thing. No, he got kicked, and then his leg swung out, and it changed his stance. He definitely took that leg kick. Yo, even defending these high kicks, Tavares is taking a lot of damage. I think Davy Grant is mad. He must have lost his last fight. We have to check out his see?
The wiki page is still up. So
yeah, we're definitely gonna check out what's going on there. So that was a car crash right there. Oh, and then he gave him the Victor Henry. Okay, so while he's gonna argue with Keith Peterson about whether it was all dick and balls, there was a somewhat morally gray hedge fund guy named Steve Cohen who was like, he had already owned 20% of the Mets and was just like, listen, I need to get control of this team. And it turned out like he was able to act like he was like super deferential to all the other owners. Mm-hmm. There were a few owners that did not want to allow him to buy the New York Mets. Mm-hmm. And some concessions were made. He had to do extra favors and pay extra money. And he is killing that inside leg. Mm-hmm. Tavares is in a lot of trouble. But he's got a good poker face. But that inside leg kick is
I'm waiting for him to come.
See, look, yeah.
Body kick, a head kick, one of these.
Woo!
That was nice.
That was a nice exchange. So, did he just do a Superman elbow? All right, so Cohen did what was necessary to purchase the team and just kind of slowly, methodically working his way because he didn't really want to create too many enemies. So when Aaron Judge became a free agent, he elected not to go for him because he did not want to offend the New York Yankees ownership because he was friendly with them and he wanted to show them respect. So he did that by not going after a free agent. And okay, fine. But they were plotting. And now we're starting to get into that place where the Mets are now, they've announced that Steve Cohen is here to win by any means necessary. Like, he took the kid gloves off. Like, he gave the rest of the league kind of like a warm up period. Yeah, we're not gonna just buy all the league's good players like you've allowed the Yankees to do since 2002. No, we're not gonna do that. Okay, we'll give you a couple of years, right? Get all these other teams winning world championships. But then when it comes time and I have my leadership together and I've got my farm system where it's supposed to be and I have my anchor superstar and Francisco Lindor, gonna use him to lure in other top players. Okay, here we are, guys. I know that the Yankees are supposed to get all the good superstars, but I want them. The Yankees want to pay him $600. We'll pay $660. The Yankees are willing to pay $712 million. I'll give you $765. The Yankees don't want to give your family a suite. What the fuck do I care? Take the fucking suite. You know what? On road games, you get a family suite in the hotel on road games. And for home games and road games, we'll give you a security team to make sure nobody bothers you. You'll have access to the ballpark. There will be nobody to tell you where your family, your mother can and cannot go.
I'm waiting for that to buckle.
It's really, you see the muscles are starting.
Yeah.
You see the striations in his muscle now. The muscles are definitely stressed out. So, like, we're at a place right now. So we're now in a place where the Mets get their guy, and now they've got the Major League Baseball Players Association all in a tizzy. They got them excited. We got a team that's willing to spend money. They're willing to do what it takes to get premier talent. They have run their minor league farm system properly. They've done everything that they were supposed to do to now put themselves in a position to... He's destroying that knee with that oblique kick. And now, Yankee fans have not stopped crying for 5 days straight. We're in their 6th day of crying salty tears. Because instead of them getting all the free agents like they're used to, somebody decided, you know what? The Mets organization, the way that they're set up, their ownership, they look like they're set up to be great. And I would rather play there and get paid by you for 15 years after he'll probably only play out 8 or maybe 9 years of that contract, right? So it really feels good as a Mets fan for the first time to have legitimate hope based upon actual reality. We don't have to try to hope that we are underdogs that, grit it out and, hope that a superstar player or a superstar pitcher makes a mistake. We have a management team that is willing to get players at a young age, overpay if they have to, because it's not being run like a business. The Mets are not being run as a business. When your owner has a $21.5 billion net worth and he's a super fan of the team, he doesn't care if the team makes money. The Yankees owner has a net worth of $1.2 billion. The the $760 million he offered Juan Soto would be more than half of Hal Steinbrenner's net worth. Steve Cohen, who won the bidding, basically gave him 3.5% of his own net worth.
That's nuts.
Like, they're not even playing in the same league anymore.
Yeah.
So imagine if you, as the New York Yankees, own the city, and all of your fans just assume that everybody wants to play for you, and then you look across town. Not only do not only is the players' clubhouse full of players that love to be around each other and take care of each other and back each other up and love being around each other, but they're also being paid handsomely. You know, the analytics staff is on point. They're getting, you know, managers and coaches that understand the players. And now they're getting, like, Hall of Fame track players to come to their team when the Yankees wanted them. You're not going to be able to overlook the Mets anymore. And as a Mets fan who's never had any of this, it's extremely exciting. For the Yankee fan, it's like, you know.
Another season.
But now it's not like that anymore, and I think that a lot of them are kind of scared. They're like, we're supposed to get the guy. You guys are supposed to get laughed at. And now we're getting to a place where, and I think the Mets set the tone.
Yeah, I should switch stance now. Finally.
Finally, right? You know, the Mets, you now have to take the Mets seriously. You don't want to, but our owner is 20 times richer than your owner. You know, like, and the Yankees are crying about how much money the Mets paid Juan Soto, but you guys have been buying up the league's all-stars for over 20 years. And none of you guys were complaining when all of those other people just, you know, put on the Yankee uniform for the money. You guys didn't have a problem with that for more than 20 years. Now you have a problem with it. Now you guys want there to be a salary cap because now somebody who is way richer than your owner now owns the team. Now we need to stop them from being able to spend money so that these free agents will start coming back to our team again. Nah, son, those days are over. They put the Cohen tax in the competitive balance tax.
Yep.
They call they added a fourth level, which they call the Cohen tax, specifically to stop him from spending money. And he's like,
spend money anyway.
And there's nothing you can do about it, and that's why you're mad.
These two guys are so fucking durable. Goodness gracious.
Well, it looked like Grant got knocked down by a guy who can't even step on his lead leg. So that I don't know about that. Tavares is still throwing heat. Yo, Tavares should punch his gyno titty and see what happens. I mean, we've seen titty punches end fights before.
Might work this time.
All right. Let's see what our comments have to say. Jake Miller says, I'm an Indians fan, so Yankees losing in any way feels good. Dude, I was heartbroken for you guys in the playoffs. And let me tell you something, right? I actually watched the game that eliminated the Cleveland Indians this year. When Juan Soto was facing your reliever at the end of that game, I really studied that at bat. I studied everything about that at bat. The pitcher's strategy to try to get Juan Soto out. He was really trying to bust him inside, go away. He stuck mostly to the hard stuff. There was a foul ball that Juan Soto hit and then he looked like a guy that follows young ladies into an alley, and it scared the shit out of me. Like the menacing look he gave the pitcher, like yeah, that legitimately scared the shit out of me. And I thought to myself, most at bats end with the pitcher winning the exchange. He's probably just going to end up going back to the dugout salty. And then when he hit the fly ball to right center field, I thought that it was going to the warning track. But the outfielder just kept backing up, and then he turned around, and I was just like, these niggas are cheating. Like, they gotta be cheating somehow. Because that doesn't happen. And it was almost like, people for many years talked about how Babe Ruth called his home run shot, and some people have disputed with that whole thing pointing the bat, pointing out, and then he hit a home run like on the next pitch or something like that. Oh wow, that hurt. Yep. That hurt Tavares.
Is this the
Taveras,
audio?
excuse me.
Should we be muting this one?
That would be going to the headphones. The headphones are
This
not
one?
in use. Yeah, that's just my
Okay,
headphones.
okay.
It's fine. That audio is being piped in. So if I turned on those headphones right now, I would be able to hear that audio in the headphones.
Okay.
When Soto hit that shot that sent the Yankees to the World Series, I was just like, I was kind of depressed not because I hate Yankee fans, because I did not hate Yankee fans. I still don't hate Yankee fans. I will say that I now have lost respect for them for the way that they've carried on. And then I found out that they've been like taking a shit on Aaron Judge apparently because he had like one fielding error in the World Series against the Dodgers. He made an error that other players make on a fairly common basis. They trying to throw the ball before they catch it. They take the eye off the ball and they miss the catch, right? Mm-hmm. It happens. Mm-hmm. But the way that Yankee fans have been disrespecting Aaron Judge, that was probably the thing that made me lose the most respect for Yankee fans. Wow, this last 15 seconds, yeah.
They haven't stopped.
Taveras is just like...
I'd really like to see the numbers after this.
Yeah, I definitely want to see what happens with Taveras after the... I want to see what it looks like after the fight is called, because after the adrenaline starts to kind of pipe down a little bit and they stop like moving, how he's going to react.
How he exits the cage.
Yeah. I definitely want to see that. Davey Grant did a good job. I do agree with that. But yeah, like I just I wanted to see the Cleveland Indians in the World Series so that there would be a reason to watch it, because you have the team that buys all the players in the American League and the team that buys all the players in the National League, and now they're in the World Series. Like, who wants to watch that, you know? That's not compelling drama to me. The underdog, scrappy Cinderella Mets, or the underdog, scrappy, no name, because at least the Mets did have some names on their team. The Indians did not. I didn't watch the World Series simply because I thought that it would just be boring. That was the way I saw it. So, my perspective on the American League Championship Series was Juan Soto is a monster. Yeah. Davey Grant. Yeah, Davey Grant is gonna get it. Yeah. Yep. Yep, yep.
I'm here with the winner, Dangerous Davy Grant. Davy, congratulations, buddy. Always a great performance from yourself. I know tonight you're here with your wife and kids as well. Did you feel
Yeah.
any extra pressure?
So,
Thanks, Mike. Sorry, I forgot what you said, but yeah, my family's all here tonight. Cherie, Hardy, Janet, have a look here.
so anyway,
Davy, you always put on a show. You told me
I really thought that Juan Soto was going to become, or had already become, one of those players that you can say are inevitable players. Like they were just like the Thanos of players. I am inevitable. In that at bat where he was basically, normally the pitchers control the at bats, but I really, for the first time, really got a chance to really see for the first time I got a chance to see just how disgusting he is. I mean, I always knew that he was good, but I didn't know that he was that good. And the Yankee fan will say, well, that was too much money. We don't need him anyway. But the reality is, if he would have signed with the Yankees, Yankee fans would be celebrating in the streets and talking about how he's going to be a Hall of Famer and all of that. But because he didn't sign with their team, he's just going to forget how to play baseball. There are people actually rooting for him to have a career-ending injury, which is very gross. Banner says, I'm a Red Sox guy. Yankee fans are mental little people. I didn't really understand just how, not great Yankee fans are until this week. And I have to say that I really am disappointed. Glad I'm not part of that fan base, regardless of how great the team is. But the thing is, Yankee fans are really starting to get more ornery, because now we're talking about 15 years with no championship. This is by far the longest time the Yankees have not won a championship since I think it was like the late 1970s to 1996. The Yankees are starting to go into one of those championship droughts that every team hopes their team never gets into, and prays that once they're in it, they can get out of it. But what are you going to do when, the owner across the bridge guys, I want you to know, just how crazy this is. Everybody has been talking about how much the Mets are in trouble because they gave so much money to Juan Soto.
Okay.
After the Mets signed Juan Soto, Steve Cohen's net worth went up because he's making so much money in the hedge fund game. He doesn't care. Man, he'll give the guy the $805 million. He could just give it to him in cash and not give a fuck.
Mm-hmm.
David Banner says, I remember when I was going into high school. Wow, you're young. R.A. Dickey left the Mets and signed with Toronto. And every sports anchor here was acting like a 40-year-old that had 4 Tommy John surgeries and threw an average of an 82 mile per hour pitch was their savior. His average fastball was about 81. R.A. Dickey had one of the greatest feel-good seasons in the history of Major League Baseball. He was a knuckleball pitcher.
Okay.
A knuckleball pitcher doesn't throw the ball the way you normally see someone throw a baseball.
Mm-hmm.
They will they will kind of bend some of their fingers because they're different types of knuckle pitches,
Mm-hmm.
where this segment of the finger comes in contact with the baseball,
Mm-hmm.
and they don't like launch the pitch like you're normally used to seeing.
Mm-hmm.
It's really more like a heave.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a weird heave, and the path that the ball takes to the plate is just unpredictable. It does weird shit in the air,
Mm-hmm.
right? It doesn't spin as much as other pitches. It doesn't move the way other pitches do.
Mm-hmm.
It basically it's just kind of like when you see when you see
Uh-huh.
when you see a woman with triple G titties,
Mm-hmm.
and they're moving in every direction at once, that's a knuckleball.
Okay.
Okay? R.A. Dickey, you've seen players throw 95, 98, 104 miles an hour.
Yeah.
His fastball was like 81. His pitches, his knuckleball pitches were in the 50s, 60s, 70s. And he ended up winning the Cy Young Award. And if I'm not mistaken, the Toronto Blue Jays did not trade for R.A. Dickey. They they did not sign R.A. Dickey.
We should.
Yeah, I should do it the other way. I believe he was traded. I believe he was traded to the Toronto Blue Jays, if I'm not mistaken.
Probably show them the bottom.
Yeah, they will. Yep. Yeah, so he won the Cy Young Award in 2012. Yes, so you were incorrect, David. On December 16th, 2012, the Mets agreed to trade R.A. Dickey to the Toronto Blue Jays, along with Josh Tolley, catcher, and Mike Nickius. He might have been the first baseman, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he was very fired up about this matchup this week. I was talking to him the other night. He's like,
In exchange for Travis d'Arnaud, John Buck, Noah Syndergaard. We got Noah Syndergaard from you guys. And Wilmer Becerra, contingent upon his agreeing to a contract extension with the Blue Jays. The two sides agree on December 17, the next day, to a 2-year, $25 million extension with a club option for a third year in 2016 for $12 million. The deal became official once R.A. Dickey passed his physical. John Gibbons announced that R.A. Dickey would be the opening day starter for the Blue Jays, and he lost his first start. And then he had a complete game shutout against the Tampa Bay Rays in June. He finished with a record of 14-13, an ERA of 4.21, and 177 strikeouts over 224 and a 2/3 innings pitched. You'll never see that again. 224 innings by one pitcher. Not gonna see that. But in 2012, he went. In 2012, his record, because I want his actual baseball card information. They're not actually just showing. Yeah. Oh, wow. He won an AL Gold Glove for the Toronto Blue Jays in 2013. Wow. Well, basically, they gave the a different way to show. They didn't show his actual record, but he won 20 games, had 3 shutouts, 5 complete games, an ERA of 2.73, a walks and hits per innings pitch of 1.05, and a batting average against of 2.26. You just did not know where the ball was going. Now, Noah Syndergaard was really good for like 5 years, I would say. But then he had an elbow injury, and that like really messed him up. So that's really what happened on that. So very, very interesting stuff. You know, some of the few good decisions that the Mets made in that era, and then you know we had
It's a very awkward position. She just got her forearm all up there.
I was gonna say, does it feel awkward when I do that, or?
I was straight in the back of the head.
Yeah, that's no good. Yeah, it's another one in the back of the head. Yo, ref, do your job. This bird type Pokemon is doing like weird stuff. Okay. Let's see what some more of these comments have to say. Have I seen any of those drones flying around in person? No, but maybe the aliens know that God knows where New York is.
Someone put up a flyer on one of the neighborhood groups. We've been talking about it. And where to report it. They're like, the FBI wants to know if you've seen one.
Well, the FBI is probably where they came from. Knuckleballers throw like Waldo Acosta throws punches. The awkwardness of it. Mm-hmm. But most pitchers throw the pitch like Waldo Acosta throws punches, which is the funniest thing ever. Jake Miller says, whenever I think of Toronto pitching, the doc comes to mind. R.I.P. to Roy Halladay. Yeah, that hurts, man. I think he died in a plane crash. And, yeah, that one hurt. You know, like, that one hurt, man. Bruce Bobtrotter says, this card blows.
Welcome back. Glad you returned, at least for the final fights of the year.
Aliens came to New York because they could smell it from space. They could also see it from space, too.
I would think that would be a reason not to come.
Mm. But they're probably, like, wondering, like, what is this?
Where is that coming from? Yeah. Especially in the summer.
Yeah, that one hurt to see. Tim Wakefield, another knuckleball pitcher. I think him and I returned just to smash the dislike button. Thank you, Rick.
Perfect. Thank you, Rick.
Please smash it hard enough. Pause. That nobody else can use it. Tim Wakefield's death bothered me too. The first player death that really made me feel sad. I don't know if you guys are even old enough to remember this guy. St. Louis Cardinals pitcher Darryl Kyle. You guys probably remember when Joe Girardi was the New York Yankees manager. Well, I remember when Joe Girardi was the Chicago Cubs catcher, and he went out to home plate with one of the St. Louis Cardinal players to announce the death of Darryl Kyle. Darryl Kyle had one of the nastiest curveballs I have ever seen. And I just felt so depressed when I found out how he died. Daryl Kyle was with the team in Chicago, and he was preparing to be the starting pitcher. So he went to bed and then didn't wake up. Age 33.
Damn.
And
What was the cause of death?
I'm not sure if they ever. I'm actually just not sure if it was a heart attack or something like that. But that one definitely hurt a lot. That one hurt a lot for me.
No, death is right there.
Yeah. On June 22nd, 2022, during pregame warm-ups for what would have been a day game in Chicago versus the rival Cubs, team personnel noted Kyle's absence. Hotel staff entered his room and discovered him in his bed, under the covers, dead of a heart attack. His death, which came 4 days after that of longtime Cardinal broadcaster Jack Buck, who is Joe Buck's father, was ruled to be from natural causes. An autopsy found that Kyle had an enlarged heart. 2 of his coronary arteries were 90% blocked, and there was a blood clot in one artery. Kyle's father had died from a blood clot in 1993, age 44, but Kyle was age 33 when he died.
That's crazy.
Cubs catcher Joe Girardi announced at Wrigley Field that the afternoon's game versus the Cardinals had been canceled. Though he did not give a specific reason, Girardi tearfully gave the news at 2:37 p.m. Central Daylight Time, broadcast regionally on Fox. And the quote was, "Excuse me, I thank you for your patience. We regret to inform you, because of a tragedy in the Cardinal family, that the commissioner has canceled the game today. Please be respectful. You will find out eventually what has happened. I ask that you say a prayer for the Cardinals family." I am going to click off of this because I don't need to be crying on the stream. That was a very painful day for me. That was the first time like a player death like really hit me hard. Yeah, that I felt horrible. And it was like a day just like any other day. And I just felt horrible. And it still hurts to like go back and think about that one. That was the one that really messed me up. And you have Roberto Clemente, he was going to go to Puerto Rico because of the hurricane. And he basically just got on a rickety airplane to go give them supplies after a hurricane to give them relief, and then dies in a storm. I remember Corey Lytle crashed an airplane into an apartment building. I believe it was on the Upper East Side during the off season. He was just like flying a plane and then smashed into the side of an apartment building when he played for the Yankees. That was weird. That was ultra weird. That was 2006.
I didn't realize it was that long ago.
Wow, that was 18 years ago.
Small aircraft, strong gust of winds. So he probably should not have been flying that day.
Yeah, on October 11th, 2006, just 4 days after the Yankee season ended with a loss to the Detroit Tigers in the 2006 ALDS, Corey Lytle and co-pilot flight instructor Tyler Stanger were flying a Cirrus SR-20 airplane when it crashed into the Bel Air Apartments complex at 524 East 72nd Street, that's the Upper East Side, killing them both. The plane was flying above the East River, past the Queensboro Bridge, towards restricted airspace. A strong gust from the east due to an oncoming front caused the plane to be blown into the building as it was making a 180-degree turn. In addition to the deaths of Lytle and Stanger, 26 people were injured in the accident, about half of them New York City firefighters. Lytle was the third Yankee to die in a plane crash. The two prior were Thurman Munson and pitcher Jim Harden in March of 1991. Wow. Wow. That sucks. I guess, like, if you get eliminated from the playoffs, just stay home and mope about it.
Don't fly a tiny plane in New York City on a windy day.
Let's check our comments. Wakefield died from terminal cancer, and his wife was diagnosed with the same terminal form of cancer a month later.
Wow.
I think she died of a broken heart. Yeah, a lot of people think that happened too. She died 6 months after he did.
Yeah.
That just really, really sucked.
There's always the risk of the partner dying not long after. I was worried about that with my grandmother after 2020.
Yeah.
She's still here.
Yeah.
She's still kicking and happy.
David Banner says, the big sports death I remember as a kid was Sean Taylor. American professional football that went to confront home intruders and he got shot in the heart or chest in front of his pregnant girlfriend. That really sucks. Jake Miller says, it's a cultural thing. Jimmy Donovan was the voice of the Browns for decades, and when he passed, the voice of a generation of fans passed as well. Yeah, we had Bob. Bob Murphy. Bob Murphy was one of the many voices of my childhood. I remember one time I was listening to, back when the Mets were on WFAN. Wow, it's been 20 years since he died. Wow. Like, Bob Murphy was one of the many voices of my childhood. And I remember one time toward the end of his career, he had like a choking, like coughing fit. And I was mortified. I thought that I was witnessing a death on the air. And I think like the next season was like his last season. And then right after he retired, he passed away. And yeah. That really sucked. Vince Scully, yeah. Vince Scully was another one too. You feel like Vin passing is showing your own. There are a lot of people that have died that are like, okay. Robin Williams was one of them. There was a Fernandez for the Marlins who died in that boating accident. Jose Fernandez, man. He passed away in 2016. Born in 1992. The dude was like 9 years younger than me. And he was definitely one of the best pitchers in the game at the time. And I remember that was a really sad day, too. September 25th, 2016, was getting towards the end of the season. Fernandez died in a pre-dawn boating crash when the 32-foot boat he was piloting was speeding at 65 miles an hour and struck the government-cut North Rock Jetty off Miami Beach, Florida. The U.S. Coast Guard found the boat, caught looking, when the K is backwards, wow, at about 3 a.m., overturned on the jetty near the South Point Park and found Fernandez and two other men, Eduardo Rivero and Emilio Jesus Macias, dead at the scene. Florida Wildlife Commission officially confirmed that Fernandez had died from the blunt impact of the crash. The commission received the toxicology report from the medical examiner of Miami-Dade County but opted not to release the results. On October 28, 2016, ESPN obtained the autopsy and toxicology reports, which determined that Fernandez had cocaine in his system and was legally drunk at the time of the crash. The Marlins canceled their game against the Atlanta Braves on the day of his death. Teams around the major leagues honored him, paying tribute with a league-wide moment of silence and displayed his number 16 jersey. I remember there was this one player, and I gotta try to remember his name. His soul was destroyed. One of his teammates, was it D. Gordon? When I saw him cry, I started crying. I remember that was a horrible feeling. And the thing is, like, I hated the Mets facing him, but you don't want anything bad to happen to him, you know. Jake Miller said the Marlins guy died speeding on the boat, coked up and drunk. He killed other people in that crash as well. Harder to feel bad for him. I mean, the people that died also, they were all drunk together, you know. And, you know, the thing is with younger guys, you know, they take more chances in life, you know. So, that was a sad day, man. Banner said, I cried when Joe Frazier died. A dirt poor man from South Carolina. Muhammad Ali called him an uncle, Tom, at the height of the civil rights movement, and Joe whooped him bad. My grandpa used to talk to me about him and showed me why he was important. Wow. That's deep. Miller said, pretty sure Fernandez's mother was sued civilly for the deaths of the other people, so his contract money was lost in court. Their family never saw a cent of his contract. That's just a tragedy all the way around, you know?
Yeah, it said it on the wiki page about how he got sued.
Yeah. Yeah, but, you know, also, too, that, like, you know, they were all drunk, you know? So
yeah, each of the families sued for $2 million.
But it was settled, so it was probably for a lesser amount. Yep, he was being reckless. Had a blood alcohol content of 0.147. So. The Fernandez family attorney, Ralph Fernandez, no relation to the deceased, challenged the findings of the final report, claiming that Fernandez was framed as the boat pilot and that someone had spiked his drink with cocaine. Prior to the investigative report, there had been talks about honoring Fernandez with a statue, streets named after him, and plaques throughout the city. As of 2018, a plaque showing his number 16 jersey, years of birth and death, and a black ribbon is displayed outside of Lone Depot Park.
Someone died like that recklessly. Do we want a statue up for them?
I think it depends on the context, right?
Not to sound like cold.
No, I know exactly.
but,
I mean,
you know what I mean?
I think Miller was kind of making the same case. But for me,
I'm not happy he's dead.
like, so I saw a post on Facebook, and just to kind of give you like where I'm coming from mentally.
Yeah.
I saw a post on Facebook where a bunch of adults are piling on a kid that looks to be like 9 or 10 years old. He was in a boxing match with another kid, and they're waiting for the referee's decision. And the kid on the screen, you know, when you're looking at the screen, the kid on the right is kind of like dancing around while the referee is holding his hand, you know, listening for his, because apparently it made it, when you look at the body language of both of the kids, it seemed pretty evident to me that the kid that was dancing around outperformed the other kid, because the other kid kind of had his shoulders kind of slumped a little.
Right.
Like, we've seen it when two fighters are in the cage, and you can just tell by their body language who won the fight.
Right.
Well, the kid that was like dancing around and happy because he just knew that he was going to win, the referee raised the other kid's hand, and the other kid didn't even celebrate. And people are like dogpiling on the exuberant kid, like, yeah, he's a punk and he's a this and he's a that. It's like, he's a 9 or a 10-year-old kid. You're a bunch of adults on the internet piling on this guy, this little kid, because he's excited. That like, I know none of you watch combat sports and know what a bad scorecard is. I know none of you have competed in anything. He's supposed to, you know, stand there and be sad when he wins. That was like, you know, you need to be humble. The dude was between 8 and 10 years old.
I mean,
and you want him to be...
It's one of the moments where, you know, we could say he's a kid.
Yeah.
Let the kid be a kid. Yes.
And it's a bunch of adults, like, all dogpiling him, like, yeah, we're morally superior to this 9-year-old. And it's like, no, do you remember what it was to be 9? Like... Like, young boys are not meant to, you know, cross their legs and you know, with their, you know, have their skirt, you know, pleated, you know, just right, and, you know, they just sit there and, you know, no, they're developing testosterone. Yeah, knees and ankles, right? Like they're.
That's what I was taught. It's very uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's the exuberance of youth is the natural order of things, especially among males, right? So my mindset when it comes to to Fernandez is, you know, I looked at the totality of the situation, right? If he was the only one, like, operating it and he was drunk and doing weird stuff, I would probably be a little bit more harsh. But they found massive amounts of alcohol in all 3 of them. They were all acting recklessly.
Yeah.
They thought they were having fun. They're young guys.
Yeah.
They're hanging out with a rich professional athlete. Everybody's just kind of, you know, the Marlins have just been that era. Fernandez was like one of the only good players on the team, and the team sucked. So it's just kind of like, you know, people are just like so like thirsty to like jump, but it's like that's the exuberance of youth. They were all young guys acting recklessly, and I get it. It's tragic, and they died, and all these other stuff, right? It would be different to me if the other guys were sober.
Right. I mean, I'm not getting on his case. I made that comment because they were considering putting up a statue for him. And I was like, I mean, if they put up the statue, I wouldn't like be like, oh my god, you shouldn't do that.
Oh yeah, I get
but,
it. Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
It's sad that he's dead.
But the thing is, he was the crown jewel of their.
The statue needs to go up.
He was the crown jewel of their franchise when they were at a pretty low point. Like when he took the mound, you had a really good chance of winning the game as a shitty team, right? And Miller says what's crazy about Fernandez is that he had a 1 p.m. start the next day. Yeah. And the thing is, he would have been hungover and he still would have dominated. You know? The day that Darryl Kyle died, he was supposed to be that day's starting pitcher when he didn't wake up. You know? So, yeah, I mean, I get the criticism. She knows how harsh I am when it comes to people who consume alcohol. She knows. Right? I'm not advocating for the reckless behavior under the influence. I'm not advocating for it.
Under the influences.
Right? My issue is that when I look at the context, I look at the totality of the situation. You know, there's a reason why young men have, how men in general have shorter lifespans than women. This is part of why also men who are above 6 feet tall have significantly shorter lifespans than men who are shorter than 6 feet tall. Because men who are taller tend to be at the physical pinnacle of everything, and people rely on them to do dangerous jobs, to go to war, to fight and die. You know? Like they take more chances than people than guys who are shorter. On you know, there's a reason why, like the life expectancy of someone above 6 feet tall and below is significant. Like the gap is wide. You know, like and you know, with young men, they do risky things. And here's a rich guy who has a boat. I mean, look what he named it. Caught looking with the backwards K, you know.
Yeah.
And you know, even though he, like you said, you know, he would probably drink pretty heavily even before a start, but he just knew, I'm going to take the mound and I'm probably going to strike out at 13 anyway. It doesn't matter who you put up there. I'm going to dominate him anyway, because it was almost like he was born to pitch, you know. So for me, I'm a little bit more understanding when I look at it from a different mind frame, you know. And I also think that a lot of people don't really think like operating a boat on the water is the same as operating a motor vehicle with thousands of cars.
Middle of the night.
Yeah.
Found him at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
There's a lot of bad choices.
Yeah, it's a hard lot. Yeah, but I'm saying that, you know,
we can kind of list them.
But when you think about it, you're out on the water. There's not like a whole lot. It's not like you're in heavy traffic.
I mean, it's also dangerous if you were sober doing that in the middle of the night.
Yeah. And do you know who thinks that they're invincible? Guys that age who are super successful at something, you know? Nope. So that's why I'm a little bit less judgmental on it. I'm glad that the family settled, because those are two other young men that probably had, you know, productive lives and families that loved them too. And I definitely, you know, feel for all of them. I understand that some people just like, you know, they don't have sympathy for him. I just feel terrible for everybody. Miles Johns is really struggling, but he's like, listen, like I'm if you knock me out, you knock me out.
I mean, he wants to stand and punch, but he misses all of his counter throws.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a clear timing and speed difference between the two. Clear.
Lima hits him and he's like, okay, I know you're going to strike in that way, and I'm going to duck out the way, and I'm going to duck out the way.
Yeah. And it's like you're talking shit about Cody Garbrandt. You better serve this guy. And he's not doing that. Banner says Dennis Rodman had multiple stories of him saying that he stopped drinking on the way to the arena. Yeah, that was crazy. Fernandez also left a pregnant wife behind. That's the worst part of it all. Yeah. But I mean, I'm not sure if it's the worst part. I think the death of the other two men probably ranked there too. Because those guys, if they're saying that, like they were not at all involved in, if they're saying that they're not involved in the operation of the boat, then I would put that right on par with the wife and kid. Miller says you can get away with a lot before 28 in sports. I think the issue is the body breaks down nearing 30 if you don't take care of yourself when young. And this is why I wanted to see what your boy Eric Anders was going to do against Mr. Ipoke, because he talked about that. He talked about his time playing college football and then his transition to mixed martial arts, and how he would go through a whole night of drinking and then go straight to the gym to train. And the dude was living high off of his natural God-given talent and genetics. And he wanted to be with the cool kids doing all kinds of drugs and alcohol and, making a lot of bad choices. And, he said that, he, had a different perspective on life when he had to go to court for custody of his kid. And we know men don't get custody of their kids unless, like, the woman is like a serial killer or something. So she must have been really horrible. But he said that was one of the things that let him know, like, I really need to clean up my act. So when he pulled out of that fight against Weidman's probing fingers, I was like, well, I want to know why, because if it has something to do with, any kind of controlled substance, I'm just going to be really disappointed and hopes he gets knocked the fuck out.
Right.
But then it turned out it was food poisoning. He comes back and he beats Pokey Fingers. Right? Like, what Miller said is just like 1,000,000,000% correct, And the thing is, like, when you look, at Michael Jordan could have been even greater, but he was addicted to cigars, gambling, and alcohol late at night when he was supposed to be, taking care of his body. So a lot of people like to rag on LeBron James, say, oh, he's on steroids. I mean, if Michael Jordan couldn't have that longevity, Michael Jordan ran his body into the ground with heavy tobacco, and alcohol, and nights, late nights at the casino. Michael Jordan made a lot of bad choices with his body, and if he had made better choices with his body, we're not talking about LeBron James trying to... Oh, we got a Darce lockup. Oh, he let it go. The guillotine's gone. Michael Jordan could have played maybe 5 more seasons, and the seasons he did play, he could have had higher field goal percentage. He could have had better defensive statistics where nobody would ever question the greatness of Michael Jordan, but he ran his body into the ground. I mean, when you've seen Michael Jordan, it looks like his kidneys don't work. His eyes are so yellow. It looks weird. The greatest athlete who ever lived, and he does not look like a former athlete who was the greatest ever. Banner says, okay, let's give a similar comparison related to what we are here together watching. Should we feel sorry for Connor? Maybe the first couple stories, forget the accusations. We've seen him be a...
It cut off the rest of your comment there, David.
Yeah, we can't see what that was. When it comes to Connor has salted away a lot of the respect that I had from him. First couple of times, okay, But ever since then, it's just kind of like there's really not much to like. And it started with the racist comments that he was making against Floyd Mayweather. That was kind of, but I was just kind of like, he's so fun. I don't like that he did it, but I can,
Right.
And then it was just punching old men for not wanting to drink his proper 12, and now he's not even affiliated with proper 12 anymore.
Yeah.
Not through any fault of his own, but Connor has just made himself less likable
there goes the rest.
over time.
He's been a piece of shit publicly.
Let me see.
Oh, yeah.
He says has been a piece of shit publicly, but I typed out piece of shit. YouTube didn't like it, I guess. Okay, yeah. So, and then Connor stopped winning fights, right?
Mm-hmm.
He stopped winning fights. Oh, they got some bad blood. I like that in the fight.
I like how Limo was like, "Oh, you want to argue? Yay, let's do that." No, he didn't care.
Yeah, Michael Jordan could have been way greater. But yeah, Connor could have also been way greater too, but he's one of those guys that needed to be hungry to stay focused. And then the thing that really complicates his legacy for me is if I actually believed that he was guilty of any of these, if I thought that he was really guilty of the essays that he was alleged to have committed, then that would have solidified it for me, like, fuck out of here, right?
Yeah.
But it's very obvious to me that two of the accusations everybody knows how blatantly false. And then he loses his business relationships off the second false one because of a civil suit where the burden of proof is so much lower than in criminal court. Well, if he had done that to you, then you should have got him thrown in prison.
Yeah.
But you couldn't because the evidence did not support what you were saying. And you really want me to believe that he put you in a choke because he got submitted with a choke, when in reality it was a face crank. And the first thing that I thought about, because we know that Conor McGregor has some sort of narcissistic tendency. He said the first thing that I thought of, and I didn't see him say it first.
Yeah.
I thought it first, and then he said it. He says, if you know me as a man, why would I ever admit to any of my faults? Like, he don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So, it's obvious that she was lying, and we're doing one of those believe all women things and, give her 250,000 pounds or whatever, So that kind of complicates his legacy for me because as a fighter, like, dude, you've got one win since Obama was president, right? And you've done a lot of shitty things to a lot of people outside of the essay allegations. But then when you are an asshole the way that you are, you open yourself up to people believing false allegations about you. Let's see. Football is the most degenerate sport in terms of both physiological and mental deterioration you can ever do. I think fighting is up there too. Hockey is up there. I would say American football, hockey, and mixed martial arts. And a subheading under that, I would say Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Oh, he's got... Is he going to get the body triangle here? No, he's just got hooks on his back. Like, guys, you guys don't understand how... You guys don't understand how bad fighters have it in between fights. Like, we've seen some of these injuries in the cage. Like, did you guys see the 3-dimensional X-ray of Cyril Gane's broken toes? That was crazy. That was absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
American
I don't know how you
professional
walked after
football. American professional football is probably at the top of the list because they've shown that kids had irreversible brain damage from Pop Warner football. We're talking about kids playing football from like age 8 to 13.
Okay.
Like they're talking about evidence of CTE in kids whose brains are nowhere close to fully forming. Oh, it's on the jaw. Oh, he switched it up. Oh, up, oh,
Yeah.
oh. And he switched. Oh, look, he got him.
I keep
Wait, I thought he
cranking
got
my
him.
neck as if that's gonna help.
Yeah, I know, right? I know, like,
Come on, cameraman.
Johns is in a lot of trouble because Lima is hunting for this rear naked choke from both sides. Oh, he reversed it! Just straight up power. Then he jumps on his back. He's gonna fall off the top. Johns is he gonna get the body? Oh, he threw him off.
Damn, threw him on his head.
This is a crazy scramble. You're the last minute of this fight. It's so good. Oh, he grabbed him again. No, Johns was trying to take his head off.
Can you him? No, you can't.
Remember, the rules just changed.
I know.
Right? So, the rules just changed.
I know. But still.
And still. That got exciting for a minute. Let's see some more of these comments. Basketball is also horrible on the knees. I get the mental side of football, but NBA players have a rough life after they retire. Not to the degree of professional fighters, former football players, and hockey players. Hockey players get it bad. They get it bad during their career. Like, you look at them, and they're dressed like super sharp and missing teeth like meth addicts. Like, the head injuries they suffer, the lower body injuries. I mean, just blocking a shot that goes off your skate. Oh. Baseball players don't have it, nearly that bad. But they apparently are making the most money. So people are like, yo, take that basketball out of your kid's hand, put a baseball bat instead. Wilt Chamberlain is the greatest of all time. No questions asked, or Dr. J. The reason why Wilt Chamberlain doesn't really get the consideration is because the game is very simple, and the only thing you need to do to be great is to be super tall. So it's not that Wilt Chamberlain wasn't great. It was just that the way that the game was played, it was really who's going to be the tallest guy? And if you're the tallest guy, you win. So Michael Jordan kind of started changing that perception because he was 6'6" and not 7'3". Mm-hmm. And, he had the problems with the bad boy Pistons in the late 80s, could not get past them, was getting beat up. The NBA changed the rules a little bit. He got in the weight room. Hold on. Well, don't talk about Cody Garbrandt anymore, Miles Johns. You should have been paid attention to your actual opponent instead of talking about Cody Garbrandt.
Yeah, I'll copy and paste the picks.
Travis, we already know what your pick is. He actually is going to be fighting soon. So yeah. In the comments.
Oh, sorry.
Jake Miller says, can't feel bad for Connor. He knows he has a cocaine issue and is risking early death with 5+ kids. Yeah, agreed. Banner says, Jake, the average football career is 3 years. Kids have shown in brain scans signs of CTE at 10 years old is no comparison. Yeah, I guess we're both saying the same thing.
Let's just move this aside. Okay, go.
And he says also and that's if you make it to the league. Imagine all those kids brain damage that didn't even get college offers. Oh yeah, that's ugly. That's ugly. Miller says football is the worst for sure, but basketball isn't easy on the body. Retired NBA players do not get around well either. I mean, to some degree that's the case, but also football players you see all messed up. You see Shannon Sharp. Like Shannon Sharp's hips were so bad that black people were trying to make the case that he's not heterosexual because of the way he stands. Like his hips are just like his hips are like just destroyed. Banner says the ego in Connor would never allow him to say he's ever gonna choke someone like he was choked. This is the same guy that says that's a doctor stoppage after Poirier fed him shots on the ground. You're absolutely correct, Banner. That was when I knew that the accusation was false. And the thing is, he's also the type of person to be like, well, I wasn't actually choked. Because he wasn't actually choked. He tapped to a face crank.
Right.
So the woman sounded like she got her details from the news and then just started saying stuff. Like, let's continue. Travis says, Yankees are better off you guys for taking Soto. I mean, if you if you want to say that, but if that was the case, Yankee fans would have stopped crying. They would have never started crying 6 days ago. Like Yankees have not stopped crying for the last week since the signing was announced on Sunday night. They have not stopped crying. I will tell you that the Yankees are not better off. And I'll explain to you, Travis, why the Yankees are not better off. So follow me on this one, Travis. I need you to follow this, Travis. Okay. Wait, scroll down. I meant
F. F you guys for taking Soto.
Oh, you said. Oh, wait. Let me. Yankees are better. F you. Oh, okay. So I'm going to explain to you why that's not true, which is going to be really the analysis. Because I've been actually. I don't really pay attention too much to the Yankees organization.
Wait, Travis, you didn't put your picks? Chop.
He just puts. That was a really. That was a pause-ass comment, Travis. I'm not reading that.
Put your picks. Hi, Ryan. If you have picks too, Ryan, please give me your picks.
Travis, that gay. You got to fix that comment. I'm not reading that, Travis.
Only David has picks.
So I'm going to explain to you why the Yankees are not better.
Just type in the names or the first last names of the fighters
in the main card that you expect to win.
Yeah, and then I'm going to copy and paste that
onto our predictions, which is not UFC 310
Yeah,
anymore.
I'll change that in a second. But if you look at David's comment above, and he said, forgot my picks, I got, and then he lists out the fighters he predicts will win. Do the same thing. Just give me the names. I'm going to copy and paste them.
Instead of saying Vitor, he said vitro. So is in vitro's fertilization Petrino? Okay. All right. So I'm going to explain to you why the Yankees are not better, Travis. And if you are a Yankees fan, you need to lobby your team to make different decisions. Okay? Juan Soto was a bad decision for the Yankees to trade for. When you look at the amount of players that they gave up and you look at the quality of the talent that they gave up, it is a chronic problem that the Yankees have been
the Yankees have been kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul because it's been 15 years since the Yankees have won the World Series. So here's the deal. The Nationals offered Juan Soto a 15-year, $440 million contract in 2022. The problem was that the Nationals had already announced that they were looking to sell the team. So it turns out that Juan Soto did not decline that contract because of the money. He declined that contract because of the fact that he didn't know which direction the team was going to go in and did not want to commit to that organization for 15 years without knowing whether or not the owner would sell the team. And then if he did sell the team, who would buy the team, and then what approach would they take because he wanted to win. They had won the World Series in 2019. So when he declined that offer, they traded him 2 weeks later to the San Diego Padres for a boatload of top talent from their minor league organization. And the Padres thought that they were going to be able to sign an extension because their owner was dropping buco bucks on talent, crazy money. Tatis Jr. and Machado and Xander Bogaerts and all of these really, top of the line players. Like, they were signing massive deals at the time to really change around the perception of the Padres, which were perennially a shitty team. When they realized that they couldn't get him to sign, well, it wasn't that they couldn't get him to sign. The owner of the team promised him that they were going to go out and get more players. So he...
Is this who we're up to now?
Yes.
Oh, what's in? Okay.
Yeah, that's the stick bug.
I just forgot his name. I remember him. I just forgot his name.
That's my nickname for him.
Okay. You have any? I put just Buckley under Evils. Did you have any other predictions?
Let me see the list one more time. I got Buckley. Ooh, I'm gonna take Swanson, Kopp, Petrino, Yanez, and I don't have another for the other fight.
All right, so we got Swanson's. Well, these three, basically, right?
Huh?
These three.
Buckley, Swanson, Kopp, Petrino, Yanez.
Yes, okay. That's easy. Ah, shit. That's not what I wanted.
So the Padres owner had committed to basically giving Juan Soto pretty much any amount that he wanted. But right when a lot of that decision was going to be made at the end of the season, the owner died. And the family of the owner was like, we're going to just get rid of Juan Soto. Like, Juan Soto was traded, like, literally within a month after the owner died that wanted him to sign a long-term deal with them. And he was going to give him the money, too. At the time, it was assumed that he would get a contract of, like, maybe $550, maybe $600 million, something like that. And the family was not, dedicated to winning the same way that the old man owner was. So they went to try to recoup they didn't want to give him the money, and they wanted to recoup. Put that up again one more time.
It's too white on. I was trying to give it a little color in the background. I know, but look at the top. It's then I need to change. Okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
so maybe you can flip it where it's darker at the top. And
yeah.
But I like the idea.
Let me see what I'm trying. Because just the yellow against our background, it's hard
not that
to read.
Great. Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
But just flip it where the dark in the light.
I don't know how.
Oh.
I'm learning how to use Photoshop during the live
but
stream.
it tells you that it's white on top and dark on the bottom.
I know, but I don't know how to flip it. Let's see what happens if I do that.
Are you trying to tell people that, like,
I don't know what the fuck I'm
that
doing.
I'm not really having as good a time with you because you don't know how to flip it? Okay, so
Maybe it's this.
so they went to try to get back some of the prospect capital that they lost when they traded those guys to the Nationals.
Ooh. Filthy casual live stream. Also, the Mrs. Evil learning how to use Photoshop.
Right. So the Yankees gave up a pitcher
Ooh, I like that better.
that is really good. They gave up a pitcher in Michael King that was really good and some other top talent. And this is what I'm going to explain to you, Travis, why the Yankees are in trouble.
I'm sorry, the fight started. Okay, I'll fix that up between fights.
The Yankees have fallen into the same trap that the Mets have been living in for the last 20 years, okay? The Yankees are in
recession.
the Yankees have tried to hold on to their reputation as a first-class perennial winning. We haven't had a losing season in 30 years, 32 years or whatever, right? They have been trying to uphold the standard on the field
Look at this
to the point where they have this guy's BJJ is disgusting. Now I remember who Padilla is. This guy is nasty. The Yankees minor league farm system today, Travis, is ranked 29th out of 30 Major League Baseball teams. They have been overpaying both in draft and in prospect capital and in money capital for players who used to be good. Guys that did really well on other teams, and, you know, they're starting to get hurt a lot more. You're talking about Giancarlo Stanton, who has not been the same since he changed his name from Mike Stanton to Giancarlo. He has not been the same. And I remember being very angry on behalf of Yankee fans when he played in the All-Star game like 4 years ago and then took the rest of the season off. Like, yeah, I'm just going to take the rest of the season off. I thought that was really disrespectful toward the New York Yankees organization, and I haven't had a whole lot of respect for him since. Now, give him a lot of credit for what he did in the playoffs in 2024. But for the most part, I have not really respected Stanton for the disrespect that he showed his team, the New York Yankees. The Yankees have been trying so hard to play with the big boys year after year that they've traded a lot of their young talent that they have developed to other teams to get big name players. That's what the New York Knicks are known for doing. That's what the New York Rangers did for a long time. That's what the Mets have been doing that transformed them into the laughing stocks of baseball, a.k.a. the LOL Mets. That approach that the Yankees are taking now,
Good trip.
the approach that the Yankees are taking now is the approach that the Mets took that got them made fun of for so many years. And the thing is, when you have one of the worst farm systems in all of baseball and your superstars are aging and nobody wants your prospects anymore, or they'll take the last of your I think the Cubs will take the last of your decent prospects to get Cody Bellinger. They'll take the last of the good players you have left. But the thing is that you're gonna have a tough time getting trades done for your minor league players because
I mean, you guys don't really have that many. I don't even know if the Yankees have even a single top 100 prospect in their system right now. So the thing is that when the Yankees have to rebuild, and they will have to do so, and I've been telling you guys need to fire Brian Cashman. Brian Cashman has been living off of the 2009 World Series win for a really long time.
David, don't say anything, David. Don't say anything, David. We are live, but you're still ahead of us.
Oh, they're still ahead. Oh, come on, man.
Don't touch it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get rid of the... Oh! Oh! The stick bug! Damn, you got caught sleeping on the job. You got caught sleeping on the job, buddy. Woodson. A guy that can hit that hard who's that skinny has got to be on steroids. I'm sorry. He's eating Tremboloni sandwiches. The Yankees need to fire Brian Cashman. I've been saying this for a long time. He's been living off that 2009 championship, and a lot of Yankee fans believe that he was the architect of the 3 previous championships. I believe that was 1996, 1998, and 2000. I regret to inform you that Gene Michael was the reason for the Yankees winning those 3 world championships. It was not Brian Cashman. And so Brian Cashman has been living off the credit of teams he didn't really build. And that 2009 World Series championship, you guys have now, your World Series drought is now up to 15 years, and he's still selling your future.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's beautiful. I like it.
Travis, got your picks.
Beautiful.
Cool.
It's just you guys absolutely need to fire Brian Cashman as soon as possible. I know that you guys don't like Aaron Boone, but you need to fire Brian Cashman. He is constantly selling your future. And if the Yankees had any chance of being good for an extended amount of time, they needed to stick with players in their farm system that are kind of homegrown, like Aaron Judge. You guys just traded the guy who was supposed to replace Gleyber Torres at second base. You just traded the young guy who was supposed to start for you at second base to get another guy who has a big name, who is injury prone. I know everybody loves Devin Williams. He, is a really good pitcher. But not only did the Mets take a shit on him in the playoffs to eliminate the Brewers, but he had a stress fracture in his back. The dude weighs 112 pounds soaking wet and has a history of back problems. And you just traded your second baseman of the future and a really reliable workhorse pitcher in Nestor Cortez for a frail relief pitcher. Like, you guys keep trying to do the rob Peter to pay Paul like the Mets used to do, and I'm letting you know that you're going to end up with the same results of the New York Mets for the last 25 years. You're going to end up with those results if you keep Brian Cashman. You need to get rid of Brian Cashman. And, there's no debate there. Get rid of him. And one of the reasons why you guys need to start really paying attention to your farm system, because you're not going to be able to outbid the Dodgers, the Padres, or the Mets ever again. The years of the Yankees just getting all the best players, those days are over. They're over. The Blue Jays want to spend money, the Padres spend money, and the Dodgers put Hall of Fame players on layaway. I'm calling them the LA away Dodgers. Half of their roster is on layaway, and they don't care. So you're not just going to be able to buy free agents to replenish your major league talent. If the player is good enough, Cohen is going to take him. That's why Yankee fans are mad right now. That's why you need to fire Brian Cashman. You need to go through the painful, lean years of a rebuild. You're already 15 years straight with no championship. You might as well blow it up and start getting actual good top 100 prospects for some of your major league talent. And I would probably sell everybody except for Aaron Judge at this point. I might keep Garrett Cole, maybe. But you basically need to sell most of the players at the Major League Baseball player to restock your farm system. And if you don't, you might end up going 30, 40, 50 years with no championship. And you'll be talking about, wow, remember 1996? We still have 27 world championships while you guys are not winning anything anymore. That is probably going to be the outcome if you don't fire Brian Cashman and go through a proper rebuild. Okay. So, like I said, you better come with some facts. Your owner has a net worth of $1.2 billion. My team has an owner with a net worth of $21.5 billion. You are never going to be able to outbid the Mets for any player worth the money. It's never going to happen again. And you have a shitty farm system. You are looking at either a lengthy rebuild or going decades with no championship. You'll be doing like what the Mets have been doing since '86, trying to overpay has-been players who are closer to retirement than their MLB debut. Because that's what your team is doing right now. So you can be in denial, but the writing is on the wall. The Atlanta Braves owner is 7 times richer than your owner. I didn't even know that until yesterday. The Atlanta Braves owner has a net worth of like, 10.1 or $10.3 billion, something like that. I didn't even know that. And the Braves never really spend any real money. Like, they let their star players go because they don't try to trade their young talent for like big name players. When their players become big name players, they say, okay, we'll let you go. Like Swanson. Dansby Swanson was supposed to be like this super can't miss prospect. They let him go to the Chicago Cubs. They're like, okay, go. We don't care. You go take that mega contract. Our farm system is so good that we're just going to replace you with another guy who's going to be an all-star. You go take that money. We'll stick with our homegrown players, and that's why the Atlanta Braves have been so good for so long. The Mets are always going to have to compete with the Braves, whether we have Hall of Fame talent in our lineup or not, because the Braves have consistently valued their farm system. They've consistently they invest in their scouting and analytics departments. Every time you think that the Braves are going to fold because they let some star player go, like Max Fried, who's also a fragile pitcher. I haven't heard anything from the Braves fan like, oh, boo-hoo, we lost Max Fried, who is going to have Tommy John surgery in probably either 2025 or 2026. And the reason why I'm making that prediction is not because I'm salty, because you can have him. He's fragile. Max Fried has gone on a DL twice in the same season with forearm strains. Do you know what normally happens after a pitcher has a series of forearm strains? They suffer a UCL tear and have Tommy John surgery. So you just gave $218 million to a guy who's probably going to disappear on you at one point or another for an entire year. And the reason why you did that is because Cashman felt like he needed to do something quick, fast, and in a hurry.
This guy is
to
on another planet.
He's about to get beat up by her husband.
No, I think he's drunk. He's just.
But the
like,
way he was
off.
staring at her.
That's what I thought at first too. But if you see like the way his eyes are moving and how he's blinking, he's not there.
He was about to
brain
pull
is
the Joe
somewhere
Willie
else.
Namath.
Yeah, he's.
I'm struggling.
Yeah. He's half asleep.
So like the Braves are not worried about losing Max Fried.
Damn,
But
even Travis is joining that party.
So
Sorry, Jay.
So the thing about Max Fried is that he's going to disappear for a year. He is going to need ulnar collateral ligament surgery. He's going to have that Tommy John or an internal brace surgery or something of that. And it was a really poor decision by Cashman to give him 8 years because he is not going to perform that contract. The Yankees are run like a business because the Yankees have to be run like a business. The Yankees are the reason why Hal Steinbrenner has a $1.2 billion net worth. It is the Yankees. It is nothing else. So the Yankees can't afford to dump $218 million into a pitcher who's probably going to spend half of that time injured. And you're never going to be able to palm that contract off on anybody else. There's a reason why there really wasn't that strong of a Max Fried market. There's a reason. And I'm not hearing Atlanta Braves fans boo-hooing. They're just going to bring somebody up from their farm system and they're going to dominate. The Yankees are scratching and clawing. Oh, we need this big name player. That's what the Mets used to do. So you guys picked up 2 fragile pitchers in a week. One for $218 million, which is a record for a left-handed pitcher. And the other one you gave up for a really good starting pitcher in Nestor Cortez. And your second baseman of the future for another frail guy. This one has back problems. And you want to tell me that I'm drunk and delusional? Come on, man. Come on, man. Let's look at comments. We're going to look at some of the comments. I'm going to skip over some of this gay shit.
If you have David Banner saying, whoa, ayo.
Yeah, I saw that too, man. I'm like...
You know, I know he doesn't like those types of comments, but if he's saying it,
Yeah.
you just got to put up the pause button.
Yeah. Like, Wilt was too selfish as a player. He only won championships when he was more pass first and defensively focused. One of the craziest stats from the Wilt Chamberlain 100-point game, because he still holds the NBA record. He scored 100 points in a game.
Did anybody else play?
Wilt Chamberlain had double-digit assists in that game. Mm-hmm. Like, he had a shit ton of rebounds. Let me see. I'm going to look him up because I want to make sure that I get that right for you guys. Wilt Chamberlain had double-digit assists in his 100-point game. Let me see, because they have to have talked about the 100-point game. Here it is. This happened in and again, you know, here's the thing. This was 1961, 1962. These guys were not very skilled. Okay? On a neutral court against the New York Knicks in Hershey, Pennsylvania. Of course, everybody does this to one of my teams. Chamberlain scored 100 points. He shot 36 of 63 from the field and uncharacteristically made 28 of 32 free throws. Joe Ruklick got the assist for Chamberlain's 100-point. The game was not recorded on video, and only a radio broadcast of the fourth quarter remains. One writer notes the lack of video from the 100-point game only adds to its mystique. For years, former NBA Commissioner David Stern's office phone would play announcer Bill Campbell's call of the 100-point basket to callers on hold. He made it. A dipper dunk.
And then he had 42 points in the All-Star game. Somebody, I think, beat him for that record. Later years, Chamberlain was criticized for averaging 50 points, but not winning a title. That's dumb. But I want to actually get... Yeah. He averaged 54.4 points and 25.7 rebounds in a game. That's crazy. The only player in league history to score more than 4,000 points in a season. That's crazy. But I'm going to go to another website because I actually want... let's see what the... The 100-point game. Let's see. Oh, the Knicks was hating. They was trying to keep him from scoring 100. Oh, that's crazy. I want to see the actual box score because all right, here we go. Wilt Chamberlain. Oh, he had 2 assists in this game. He had some other crazy stat in here. Guy Rogers had 20 assists in the game. Damn, it had to happen to the Knicks, man. He had 25 rebounds. 28 of 32 from the free throw line. Played all 48 minutes. Obviously, he was chasing the record. And I think only Kobe's 81 comes close. That's crazy. Oh, no! No, Drakkar, no! And... Well, that was not close.
He was already out as he was being put into the...
Well, he grabbed the fence. No, he grabbed the fence. So, but he didn't take the choke. He looked like he was like gonna try to soften him up for the Darce. Damn, Drakkar, that was not close. Ryan Fry really wants your attention.
I said hi.
No, I mean, he really wants your attention.
Yeah, and I said hello. I said hello, and then I asked him for his picks. Ryan Fry, if you're still here, I need your UFC picks.
No, I think he put him on. I think he did.
He said, no, he didn't, because that was his own. I always read the comments.
No, like, damn, you got curved, dude. Sorry.
I need your picks.
Wilt wasn't too selfish. He was literally a 7-foot black guy. In an era of fucking milkmen and mail carriers, he was the team. Yeah, you're right, Banner. It was not a very skilled era of NBA basketball. And basically, he was doing them in because he was just bigger and taller than all of them. Damn. Does Drakkar close? Does he get cut? Does he get cut from the UFC? I don't know. Jake Miller says Yankees lost the only guy that showed up in the World Series. That's not true. Giancarlo Stanton showed up in the World Series.
He actually did pretty well in the playoffs, and I got to give him some credit. I know it was very critical of him not showing up to play for the Yankees for like the better part of the last 4 years, but it seems like Soto had a really positive effect on him. And, he actually performed pretty well. He was back to hitting the ball almost 120 miles an hour. So I hope he does well for the Yankees going forward. Hitting behind Judge. Bellinger might be a guy that you can see. He grabbed the fence. Oh, the knee.
So he was
No. He grabbed them and then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Damn, that sucked for him. So, damn, that was quite a knockout. All I know is that we were in the World Series and the Mets weren't. Well, Travis, while that is true, you need to be concerned with these two facts, and these are facts. Number one, the 2024 New York Yankees on paper were a significantly better team than the New York Mets in 2024. Not only did the Mets sweep the Yankees in both Subway Series in 2024, but the Mets performed better against the Dodgers than the Yankees did. We won 2 games against the Dodgers. Y'all got obliterated. And I was actually hoping that the Yankees were going to win because I don't want the Dodgers to ever win. They got billions of dollars of players on layaway. They're trying to get anybody who has gotten any amount of MVP and Cy Young Award votes. They're just trying to buy all the players. They have a platoon player they just signed for $17 million a year in Michael Conforto. I don't want the Dodgers to win a goddamn thing. Actually, I was kind of hoping that the World Series was going to get canceled for some weird reason. But since it wasn't, I was actually hoping the Yankees were going to win. I could probably take in some calories too. Travis says, I got Buckley to win. Don't care about any of the other fights on the card. I think you put that up there, right?
Already,
Yeah. Crazy fact, but Sean Woodson used to fight at 205. He's got an eating disorder or something, because that sounds insane. Dylan Cease is getting paid well by San Diego as well. And now that we're back on the subject of San Diego and why the Yankees should fire Brian Cashman, they gave up Michael King, who is one of the best pitchers right now on the Padres, who has better statistics than the guy that the Yankees just gave $218 million to. And King does not have a history of forearm and elbow problems like Max Fried does. So you have a guy that was more durable, younger, and better, and you gave him away for a player that you did not secure a contract with in order for the trade to go through. You gave up 5 good young players for a guy that left you, and the only thing you get is a compensatory draft pick because you offered Soto the qualifying offer and he declined it. You get a shitty compensatory pick from the Mets now. That's what you got in exchange for 5, and 3 of the 5 were like top 10 in your farm system. And all you got was 1 year of Juan Soto and a shitty Mets compensatory pick. And then you do the knee-jerk reaction thing and then give Max Fried way more years and dollars than the market said he should have got. And while he's a good pitcher, he's not as good as Michael King. You could have just kept Michael King.
You want that food?
I'm not sure. What kind of food are we talking about?
It was going to be vegetables.
When you said I was just like, vegetables?
Vegetables?
Let's start-
It's the
let's-
thing I put together yesterday, and then I was just gonna warm up the fries too.
This might have electrolytes from a workout from several days ago. Yeah, it does.
Drink that.
Yeah. A bottle of water. Let me just get some water.
Can I dump that? Why are we leaving this on the desk? Thank you. Also, we've got a collection going here.
Oh,
Give me
well,
my
I was actually using this.
Give me my electrolytes that I didn't finish.
Yeah. So.
You get to the comment on chucking
Yeah.
that later.
The Yankees front office is making really bad decisions right now. And it's all because they are emotional and salty that Soto left. Soto is ruining the New York Yankees. And he hasn't even played a game for the Mets yet. He ruined the New York Yankees the day they traded for him. You really should not be trading all of that draft capital. We just talked earlier about R.A. Dickey, the trade that the Toronto Blue Jays made to get the current Cy Young Award winning R.A. Dickey. The Toronto Blue Jays did not complete that deal until they had basically a confirmation that he was going to immediately sign an extension. That was the main condition of that deal going through. And the Yankees didn't think to do that. And you're just going to leave it to chance. Well, we're the New York Yankees and everybody wants to play for us. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. So you can play the whole, we were, in the World Series and the Mets weren't, but we were in the NLCS. And by virtue of that, that's also another reason why we beat you out for Juan Soto. Us making the playoffs lessened your chances of re-signing him. Us getting to the NLCS and then scrapping and clawing all the way to the better end, while the clubhouse has the best chemistry that we've seen in a major league dugout in probably the last 40 or 50 years? You don't think Soto saw how much fun the Mets were having all of last season? Especially after June 1st? Oh, and don't let me remind you that the New York Mets had the best record in all of baseball after June 1st last year. The Mets rallied their way to signing Juan Soto. It was a perfect storm of bad luck. And you guys have to deal with it now. And you're dealing with it poorly. What do you think about the drone sightings in New York? The aliens are here. And I think they're going to destroy the world before Juan Soto can play for the Mets. JL is here for the night. And he changed his icon. His avatar. Cool. Anybody remember when Woodson robbed Bruce Leroy? Yeah. That was a rough one. I didn't think it was a robbery, but I think that Caseta should have won that fight. JL says, finally just finished my final. Got nothing but work and free time now till January. Woohoo! But then we have no more UFC until January. But we do want to do kind of like an end of the year stream for you guys. So stay tuned for that, okay? Travis is also in school. Good job. Do the damn thing. Jay's picks. Woodson. He won. Cop. Sterling. The guy Jacoby is fighting. I got him winning too. Cub and Covington. Wow. I'm hoping that my Cop and Colby picks are wrong. All right. I think that we are spiritually aligned. Thoughts on Adesanya versus Imavov, book for the Saudi card? We were talking earlier, Jay, about different things that have happened in sports that have reminded us of our mortality as human beings. We were talking about the deaths of athletes and broadcasters that really moved us emotionally. And obviously, you know, Izzy didn't die. But we all remember when Israel Adesanya was a young fighter, was winning all of those fights, was an unstoppable champion. This first fight that he's had in 5 years that's non-title. It's a reminder of, like, the fragility of life, you know, like, nobody could touch Israel Adesanya for a long, long, long time. And just like with Meek Mill, once he started getting touched, they just didn't stop. Izzy is always going to be a headliner. A headliner type fighter. But headlining a UFC fight night? Israel Adesanya on a UFC fight night. Israel Adesanya hasn't been seen on free TV in a really long time. And I just got to shake my head, man. I say that he beats Imavov, but I'm not really very confident about that pick. It's just a reminder that nothing lasts forever. Nothing. Not even the Yankee dominance over Major League Baseball. Nothing lasts forever. Travis says the Yankees have cooler uniforms and jerseys, so all those numbers and stats don't matter. I don't really think that even the players feel that way anymore. I respect the lore, the history of the New York Yankees. I do think that New York Yankee fans are really dumb burning Juan Soto jerseys because they don't put names on the backs of the jerseys. So you didn't need to burn your number 22 jerseys because some other player was going to end up wearing number 22. Like if you had a Soto jersey that had Soto on the back, I mean, unless it was like ironed on, okay, that would kind of make sense. But if you got like one of those expensive, authentic jerseys, the only thing you need to do is undo the stitching from the inside back of the jersey and just take his name off the back. That was so dumb. We're gonna burn your jersey. You act like he's a New York native that you drafted, and he's been playing with your team, for, you know, his entire career, like with LeBron James in 2010 with the Cleveland Cavaliers. You guys traded for him, and he played 1 year. And you're acting stupid. I'm not going to say that the Yankees have cooler uniforms because they're kind of drab. I respect the gravity of the uniform. But just like the New York Knicks, and I'm a huge New York Knicks fan, the Yankees' boring uniform is acceptable because it is historically significant. The New York Knicks uniforms are just boring. They're just boring. The Yankees are boring and prestigious. The Knicks uniform is just boring. Annoying. I think that the Mets have a better collection of uniforms than the Yankees do, personally, from an aesthetic choice perspective. But I would say that when you talk about the
the significance of the New York Yankee uniform, it is definitely above the Mets uniform. I will concede that.
By the way, he's got a chip on his shoulder. He says, sees all these guys getting paid. He wants a piece of
David Banner says, "See, why do you do that shit, Jay? How can we take you seriously when you pick motherfuckers you want to lose?" Because he is acknowledging that his analysis, his rational pick, doesn't coincide with. I mean, we're not giving you guys we're not asking you guys to give your picks as in the guys you want to win. We want you guys to give us your picks for the guys you think are gonna win, right? Like, actually,
I could pick some guys.
is it possible to make that cheese sauce hot again without giving everybody cancer, or no?
I would just put it in the microwave as is for like 20
In that
seconds.
plastic cup?
Yeah, you're not gonna die. You'll be alright. Do it for 20 seconds. That doesn't really melt.
Lymphoma. Dr. Evil dying of lymphoma. Being served right up. Alright.
You're still alive.
Yeah, so I don't I'm rocking with JL on this one. I know that's a rare occurrence, but I got to go with JL over Banner as far as how picks are being made. Jake Miller says the fact the Yankees could have lost out on Harper because his well-known beard and longer hair would need to be cut shows that they are out of touch. Good God, I'm glad you brought that up. First of all, I want to say I am happy that Michael Johnson is fighting. I love watching Michael Johnson fight. However, we can't see him get his lights put out many more times. He ranks up very highly on the CTE list, and I just don't really want him to get beat up again. And Zaitar is a really good, up-and-coming, powerful fighter with a great record that separates people from their consciousness. And Johnson might as well be 50 years old. So I don't really love this matchup for Johnson.
So you become almost a victim of your own success because, as I said, you expect to be able to finish people.
So I'm a little afraid for Michael Johnson here. I would pick a Zaitar to win this fight. So, talking about being out of touch, okay? The New York Yankees, for a long time, have lived off of the legacies of not just the interlocking NY and those gray and navy New York uniforms. The Yankees have been living off of the legacies of Derek Jeter, Mariano Rivera, Andy Pettitte, Jorge Posada, to a certain extent, Alex Rodriguez, Paul O'Neill, Wade Boggs, Bernie fucking Williams, who is a legend. Bernie fucking Williams. They've been living off of that to draw players in and talking about the history of the team and the Babe Ruths and the Lou Gehrigs.
I can't find the sauce.
You know, like, y'all guys have been riding the coattails of great players of Yankees past and thinking that the past holds sway over the future. This is not Vigo Tarasov talking to John Wick after they hit him with the car.
Mm-hmm.
You really think that the path would hold no sway over the future? We have entered a new era of Major League Baseball. The players don't give a fuck about your history anymore. They don't. I'm one of those guys who hates when players stand and watch home runs when they hit them. I think it's disrespectful. I think that it shows up the game. It shows up your opponents. And in the old days, you would get a fastball at 97 whistling by your nose. Do you think today's player gives a fuck about what a 41-year-old Dr. Evil thinks, or some 60-year-old baseball fan who still does his scorecards sitting there in the stadium? They don't give a fuck. They don't care. They don't care about the Yankee mystique. And the minute that somebody stops caring about your mystique, it's gone. Look at Mystic Mac, right? Look at what happened to Conor McGregor's career. Adesanya, Demetrius Johnson, Robert Whittaker. Stipe Miocic. Daniel Cormier. You look at these long-time dominant fighters. Once they started getting touched, it never stopped. Johnny Walker. Hi, I'm Dominic Reyes. That first time you get touched and the mystique ends, nobody gives a fuck. They're running down on you. And this is why the Juan Soto signing hurts Yankee fans so much. Didn't you want to be a Hall of Fame player for the Yankees? No, he's going to be a Hall of Fame player for the Mets. He don't give a fuck about none of that. When Juan Soto and Scott Boras looked at both organizations, the Yankees have no farm system. Would Juan Soto want to stay with the Yankees if he was only seeking a 5-year contract? Hell yeah, he would have signed with the Yankees. But he's signing for 15 years. The Yankees still have a window of maybe 1 or 2 more years for them to win a championship. That window is still open. But he doesn't want to win. He doesn't want a 1 or 2 year window. He said, I was going to sign for 15 or more years. Which team's future looks better? Not which team's past. Because if it was about the past, the Yankees would just have all Cy Young Award winners and all MVPs in their lineup. And all Gold Glovers. But players don't give a fuck about but Babe Ruth and Roger Maris and Joe DiMaggio. They don't give a fuck anymore about the past. Those days are over. Oh, well, we want you to shave your head and your face and... There are players that don't go to the Yankees for that. You want to add that? Oh, and you know you're the greatest generational talent since Alex Rodriguez. Hey, can you throw a suite in there that's worth $500,000? That is going to cost the Yankees $7.5 million over 15 years, $8 million over 16 years. You already offered him $760 million. Well, we didn't give a suit. We didn't give a suite to A-Rod. We didn't give one to Judge. Well, you were about to give him twice the Judge's money. We didn't give that to Derek Jeter. You need to shave your face. Oh, he killed him! He's dead! Yo! Izaitar just got slept with old man strength. Yo! Woo! At least the guy got up to his knees. Woo! They're not chanting Johnson. They're doing their nationalism thing. Oh, okay. Hopefully they don't do the whole, we're going to put on our Donald Trump knee pads for the main card. I have no appetite for that. Woo! He didn't need to do all of that. He didn't need to do all of that.
What's the next? Oh, I think you're a little behind on your comments.
Yeah, I know. I'm just watching the replay. Mm-hmm. Good God, that was a crazy ass knockout, and I'm glad that I'm not caught up to the comments because
we're
Banner is going to ruin it for me. I know. I'm going to get through all of them.
Right.
I'm taking my sweet time.
I know.
Yeah, the Yankees are out of touch with today's player, and I think that also. I thought that was also a factor in why Soto didn't sign. You know, it's just not. Oh, he busted him open too. Mm-hmm. The Yankees are not the destination anymore. The Yankees are still a destination. They can still afford they can still afford to sign some players, right? They're still going to get good players. They're going to be in the World Series in 2025. I'm calling it right now. Because it seems like all the star players in Major League Baseball have left the American League and gone to the National League to play for the Mets, the Dodgers, the Padres, and I think there's another team. The Cubs. And the Phillies. The Phillies are still monsters. Okay? The Yankees will have really very little competition in the American League. And the American League East got weaker. Boston is trying. But the American League East got weaker. Wow. That was a disgusting knockout. Okay. Vex says something really gay. Are you hoping Owens, Kevin Owens is what he's talking about, beats Finish My Story Rhodes tonight? It's not going to happen, so I'm not even going to... That's a wasted question, JL. And this is why I don't really pay attention to WWE like I used to, because you already know who's going to win, and you have a really boring champion. If they would have given the face of the WWE spot to LA Knight, even if I knew he was going to win, I would still watch because he was going to be super entertaining about it. Cody Rhodes is extremely boring.
I don't find Owens that much more exciting either.
He's a blue collar. But I think that he's more interesting than Cody Rhodes, though. Definitely. But that's a low bar.
Yeah, it's a low bar. Like, it's just over that. But I also find him boring.
Yeah. Jake Miller says Jeter and Joe Torre kept the Yankees' great run together with leadership longer than it should have been. I disagree. I think that it went for as long as it was supposed to go, due in part to the fact that George Steinbrenner's willingness to spend money was a huge deal. And the Yankees had the perfect mix of homegrown talent from their minor league system and being in that dynasty where players want to play for winners. They were in that sweet spot where they had really good talent in the minor leagues. They didn't have to make too many crazy trades to get good talent because they could just sign them on the open market. You know, like the Yankees had no problem signing free agents. I'm not gonna trade half my farm system to you when I could just sign you in the offseason because I know you want to play for the Yankees. So the Yankees had a position of leverage in the league never seen before and probably will never be seen since. Right? That's why those teams were so great for so long. Now, did they keep Derek Jeter too long as the starting shortstop? Yes, but I mean, they were willing to sacrifice years of no championship to show the proper respect to an aging superstar. They did the same thing for Jorge Posada. They did the same thing for Mariano Rivera, right? Like, these are legends of the sport, not just legends of the Yankees. And these guys played their entire career with the Yankees. That's important. The players of today don't care if their baseball card only says one team. That's something that players in the 1920s and 40s and 60s and 80s cared about. This new generation, they're like, yo, I can go to the Hall of Fame whether I only wore one baseball cap my whole career or 6. As long as I didn't take steroids. We're continuing to ignore Vex. JL says, how do you not like football? Because in our country, our American Professional Football League is anti-black. So I don't patronize that league because, yeah, they're anti-black. It's really that simple. David Banner with the comment of the streams to this point. Baseball is a man's game. I get why you can't stand it, JL. Well, JL says, same thing with basketball. Referees are giving technical fouls to everybody. Yeah, it's so soft. Everybody's shooting three-pointers. You got 7'5" centers out by the three-point line. Trying to do Tim Hardaway killer crossovers. Allen Iverson, God Sham God. The league is soft. Like, if you stare down a player, they give you a technical foul. Because you looked at a guy that you just rubbed your testicles on their forehead on a dunk. You just put your nuts on the man's forehead, but you can't mean mug them. Oh, you're taunting. Like, who wants this soft? JL said, wait, hold on a minute, David. I'll give baseball another chance. It's going to be a New Year's resolution.
Just updated his
Banner says pitching duels are duels when it should have been duels, DUELS, are as pure gamesmanship as it comes in sports. But then that's also kind of sort of the softness of Major League Baseball in that they're taking the pitchers out after 4 2/3 innings. Your workhorses are now 150 innings. Motherfuckers used to throw 300 innings. let them play. They're talking about American professional football. I have no interest in that. JL says, I thought the Rangers were hot shots. What a load of rubbish. I was actually arguing with a Yankee. Oh, not Yankee. He probably is a Yankee fan. With a Rangers fan, friend of mine. And I talked to him after the Rangers put Barclay Goodrow on waivers against his will because the Rangers wanted to send him to a team that was on his list of no trade teams. And I thought that Chris Drury, who was a really good hockey player in his day, I really thought that the way that he handled that by dumping him on waivers to get him over to a team that's apparently doing favors for you, for you to force him onto a team that was on his list of no trade, I thought was really scummy. And then the way that they handled the Trouba thing in the off season when they wanted him to take a trade to the Red Wings, but he didn't want to because his wife had a medical residency here in New York and all of that. Hockey is one of those sports that requires the players on the roster to love each other as if they all came out of the same woman. They have to love each other as brothers. And seeing that the way that Chris Drury is running the New York Rangers front office has completely demoralized the New York Rangers. It's almost like they completely forgot how to play hockey. Igor Shesterkin whining about a contract. And then I read an article today that said that Igor Shesterkin pushed for a full no-trade clause for all 8 years of his 8-year, $11.5 million deal that he probably only took because he started giving up 5 goals a game. His stock was going down. It breaks my heart to see Stuart Scott's daughters talk about him. It breaks my heart. You can see the pain in her eyes, too. Damn, man. That makes me feel like crying. When Stuart Scott died, that made me feel so bad. And I really hated how he hosted SportsCenter. But I loved who he was as a human being. Damn. That's a lot of pain I don't want to see. I'm going back to Wikipedia. I don't want to see that. That's too much pain for me to absorb tonight. I'm already absorbing all of the pain of New York Yankees fans. I can't take the pain of Stuart Scott's daughters right now. The Rangers are playing like they forgot how to play hockey, and I blame Chris Drury. I believe that Peter Laviolette is going to lose his job. And it really is because Drury needs to be fired. And I don't, from a business standpoint, it sounds like he's making the right moves. But I think NHL players understand the business of hockey. but this goes way. This is egregious. It's really nasty business that Chris Drury is conducting. And after they finally traded Truba,
as well as supporting minority researchers working in their community,
with threats of being put on waivers,
took to heart Jim's message about how cancer research
Um,
will not be the thing.
and that's how you do the Yankee cap, the Yankee captain, the the captain of the New York Rangers. That's how you treat the captain. Then you know what? Why should the players be emotionally bought in? Because what I'm hearing from the locker room, the whispers in the locker room is, if they can do that to Truba, who's our captain, then they could just do that to all of us. And that's why you don't get the commitment anymore. Hockey is an extremely dangerous sport to play. Extremely dangerous.
People that I have championed throughout my career.
And do you think that guys are going to go balls to the wall, risking spine injuries, risking skate blades to the carotid artery,
And it's really a part of humanity.
concussions, broken ankles from taking pucks? Do you think that they're going to dive in front of their goaltender to block shots when they have a GM that don't give a fuck about them?
Scientists who address disparities in cancer outcomes for minority communities and providing opportunities to researchers from diverse backgrounds. ESPN, the UFC, and the V Foundation are proud to
You took a great team that had a chance to go to the Stanley Cup Finals,
UFC 100% of donations go directly to cancer research.
and you destroyed it. Chris Drury, you destroyed your own team. And now nobody wants to do business with you. I'm fully expecting NHL star players to see how this happened. Fully expecting them to see how you've done business. And they're not going to sign with the Rangers. When Phil Jackson was disrespecting Carmelo Anthony, none of the star players wanted to sign with the Knicks after that. They wanted Kevin Durant, didn't get him. Wanted Kyrie Irving, didn't get him. Wanted James Harden, didn't get him. Because the word around the league was the New York Knicks front office think that they are more important than the players when they're not on the court. This new generation of players don't care about how great you used to be, Phil Jackson. This new generation of players don't care that you were an all-star center or winger. You were an all-star forward, Chris Drury. They don't care. You're shitting on their teammates that they love. And now they have checked out emotionally. That's why the Rangers are going to miss the playoffs this year. And they're going to fire Peter Laviolette when they should be firing Chris Drury. So those are my thoughts on the New York Rangers, JL. Let's continue to scroll down. Jake Miller says the Braves. Oh shit! I think I lost the comment. The Braves owner has so much money he is willing to spend. They lowballed Freeman. So the story when it comes to Freeman is that the Braves were not given the opportunity to match to keep Freeman. Freddie Freeman's agent conveniently decided that he would not tell his client that the Braves were willing to match because Freeman wanted to stay in Atlanta. Freeman ended up signing with the Los Angeles Dodgers for a number that the Braves were willing to meet or exceed. Freeman found out about that sometime later and fired his agent. That was pretty bad. They wanted to keep Freeman, but everybody else, that's why they went and got Matt Olson after that. But that was a really sad situation because when Freeman went back to play against the Atlanta Braves, at Truist Field or whatever it was called at the time. He was actually overcome with tears. I felt bad for him. I did. But they did not lowball Freeman. The agent apparently, maybe, I don't know, I'm just speculating, but I think that the agent might have had a relationship with the Dodgers and wanted to move Freeman over to the Dodgers and away from Atlanta. But the Braves did not lowball Freeman. The agent purposefully withheld information from Freeman. And that was really nasty business. And I hate the Atlanta Braves, but I felt bad for Freeman and the Braves when that happened. David Banner says, crazy, you've been streaming for damn near 3 hours, and 2.5 hours has been baseball and Mets related shit. Typical New Yorker. And David is a Sasquatch, so. Actually, funny story, we have a football team here, and I was at a game where we registered on the Richter scale. The fans were jumping, and the concrete platform was buckling. Yeah, I've actually seen tragedies happen in soccer stadiums around the world with, like, really enthusiastic fans, and then, you know, the infrastructure of the stadium buckles, and lots of people lose their lives.
I think it's before that.
Oh shit, my bad. So yeah,
Damn, it took 20 minutes for them to start the first fight.
David Banner says they announced on the PA, please stop jumping, and brought out all the cops off the field to call the crowd. Wow, that is crazy. Izzy versus Imavov is going to be the most popular. I don't know what you mean by that. But the Saudi shows are more stacked, and they have that PPV feel to it. Yeah. Izzy is getting that strap back. I was hoping that he would, but I don't have a lot of faith that he will at this point. Jones is inevitable? Okay. Izzy lapped the division. He can almost sell on name alone, but he's on his way out. I think he is too. Izzy is the most popular fighter at 185. Let me think about that a second. It definitely isn't Dricus Duplessis or Sean Strickland. Yeah, I think that he's the fan favorite at 185. I don't really think that there's anybody else. I mean, you have Hamzat is very popular right now, but I think Izzy is still above Chimaev in popularity, but I think that gap is closing with every Adesanya loss. Dan Mogul. Thoughts? Okay, I don't care about that. Yep, they burned LeBron's jersey. I mean, you know, Cleveland they look like a bunch of chumps back then. Imagine what Yankee fans look like now, burning Juan Soto's jersey when he doesn't even have his name on the back of the jersey, and he only played there 1 year. And it's not like he signed there as a free agent. He went there involuntarily because he was traded. The Pirates have a nice uniform. I agree with that. Who else has... The Tampa Bay Devil Rays old uniforms. I love those uniforms in the crazy colors. The Marlins, I think, have really nice uniforms. Arizona Diamondbacks, not as much, but I like them. They're pretty cool. Who else I think has really nice baseball uniforms? Not the Astros, they're pretty boring. Not the Red Sox, they're boring. Not the Orioles, they're boring. Toronto gives it a try. They haven't really changed up very much lately, though. The Indians, shitty uniform. The Twins, boring. Braves, boring. Philly's boring. I mean, you guys could put in the comments section uniforms you think are cool, but you know the Mets have their normal uniforms are pretty boring, but they've tried to spruce them up. I don't know if you guys remember the Mercury Mets uniform. Do a Google image search on that, guys. Mercury Mets. In the late, I think it was 1999, I believe it was. That was back when we still had Jason Isringhausen and Bill Pulsifer. And there was another really great player that came up. They were supposed to be, they were nicknamed Generation K. Mets have really had some really great pitchers come up in bunches. But they never put any like real offense with them. Cody won the belt. What else is new? Or he defended the belt. Like, who cares? Saturday night main event. They started that show back up, so they put a couple of championship fights on it to get people to watch. That's another. You know that belt is not going to change title. The women's championship might change hands.
All right, I think they started that pay-per-view after we.
It's not a pay-per-view.
Watching.
It's not a pay-per-view. That used to be. Remember Sunday Night Heat used to be like the little leftover stuff. Saturday night's main event used to be like a little. It streams on Peacock. It is on. I think it's on Channel 4. NBC.
I saw Oasis doing this watch party. That's the only reason why I know it's on.
Tokos is in a lot of trouble. You know who he looks like? He looks like a old Shogun Hua. He looks like Shogun Hua at the end of his career. Somebody tell me if I'm wrong. Travis said, just a little bit of microplastics. You'll be all right. Johnson's about to get clipped. Nope. Didn't happen, JL. Is he still good? Yeah. I agree he is still good, but he made a really big mistake defensively because he was too emotional in his last fight. And now he's lost a lot of that mystique. It's gone. When he got laid on by what's his name? Jan Blachowicz. That was really like the one thing. Like Blachowicz really wasn't dominant in the fight, but he just laid on him.
Yeah.
Right? That opened the door for Izzy could be beaten. Right? And then like people haven't stopped beating him. He has a losing record since that fight. You know? So and he lost to DDP, who's not as good as him, and he lost to Strickland, who's not as good as him.
So now we have to watch those two guys fight each other.
Gross. JL said, why aren't you a Yankees fan? Back in the late 1990s.
Yeah, I don't think he was in the comments when you said it earlier.
Which is why I'm going to repeat it for him. In the late 1990s, I was the type of baseball fan in New York that was a Mets first guy, but I also rooted for the Yankees. So I was really excited when the Yankees won the championship in 1996 and when they won again in 1998. So after they won in 98, I was in high school at the time. And I would get into these arguments with the baseball fans, and the Yankee fans were always the meanest, the nastiest. Also, I went to a Yankees game when I was, I think I was like 12, and they were playing against the Red Sox, and the fans were so rowdy because I went with a friend of my mother's. I was traumatized because people were fighting around me. I almost got punched by an adult by accident, fighting other people, and people that were sitting at the top of the bleachers were spitting beer on me and everybody around us. And that situation, that was the last time I went to Yankee Stadium, the old Yankee Stadium. That was the last time.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if you could compare that to what the experience is like now, because you've been there
Once.
within the past 5 years.
At Yankee Stadium? No. The last time I was at Yankee Stadium was, I think, 2010. I took my dad to Yankee Stadium. My dad was a big Yankees fan.
And was the last? And was it in City Field? I remember it being a game.
I mean, we've gone to games against the Yankees at Citi Field, but I've only been to the new Yankee Stadium one time,
Okay.
and that was I was so proud to be able to take my dad to a baseball game. That was before like he really started losing his mobility really bad. But yeah, the Yankees fans were the crudest, the meanest, the most pompous. They were entitled, whiny. And then the final straw for me was, no, you can't be a Yankee fan and a Mets fan. You have to pick one. So I was like, okay. So I don't want to be a fan of your team. So the reason why I stopped rooting for the Yankees wasn't because of the Yankees, but because of their fans. Nigga, you hurting. You just took a knee to the eyeball. And you talking about,
And he's been doing that throughout the fight.
dude. But if he comes back and knocks out Sterling, I'm just going to shut the fuck up for the rest of the stream. Yankees fans, you know, they're just... I'm pretty sure that they're good people when they're not thinking or talking about baseball. But as a fan base, I don't want to be associated with that.
Yeah.
That was the same punch that Max hit Justin with. Yeah, that was also a similar punch that Usman hit Masvidal with. What's wrong with being a nationalist? Everything. That's why we have war. Who gives a fuck about the fucking patch of land you live on? It's about the people that you're around and how you live your life and how you treat the people, how you treat your neighbors. How you treat people when they visit your country, how you treat people when they visit your country and when you visit their country. Oh my God, my country's better than yours. My dad can beat you up. Like that's dumb shit. And it gets people to fight and die in wars for super rich, powerful people who never send their kids. It's just unbecoming. People act stupid because, oh my God, my country. It's one thing in the Olympics to be like rooting for your country. That's cool. But you got people out here committing crimes against somebody because they're from another country. Or thinking that they deserve less rights than you do because they're from somewhere else. It's stupid stuff. They're arguing about the quality.
Yes, it was. No, it wasn't. Yes, it was.
Nah, but the thing is, both of them turned into cardboard from the shots.
It was just hilarious seeing it in the comments.
Right.
I can't say it out loud. Yes, it was. No, it wasn't.
Yeah. Yeah, we're definitely going to disagree on that, JL. Yeah, I knew Travis was talking about the final KO punch. Cody has the winged eagle belt now. The same Bret belt Bret Hart, I can't say that, had. The ego of Cody having that as if Rhodes is on the same level as Bret Hart. Bret Hart was an entertaining wrestler. Cody Rhodes is not. Bret Hart I think Bret Hart looks more like a professional wrestler than Cody Rhodes does currently.
The Cantina Chicken Burrito, only at Taco Bell.
Am I rooting for Covington? Fuck no. They're showing highlights from the Reebok days and highlights from guys who aren't in the promotion anymore. Yep. Yeah, like, you know, the time of and Covington is a point fighter. Well, how many times has he actually finished somebody? Let's go to the let's look at his mixed martial arts record and see how many finishes he's had in, like, let's say the last 6 years. He lost a unanimous decision. He won a unanimous decision. He lost a unanimous decision. He got the TKO. My ribs. Lost to Kamaru Usman, TKO. Decision, Robbie Lawler. Decision, Rafael RDA. Decision, Damian Maia. Decision, Kim Dong-hoon. Decision, Brian Barberena. TKO of Max Griffin. That goes back to 2016.
His last submission was also 2016.
No wonder he was nervous. No wonder he was nervous about getting cut from the promotion. He was a decision merchant. And most of his finishes were his losses. I mean, he's got some unanimous decision losses too, but you know, like I think he had a body lock on Woodley, and Woodley turned and hurt his rib or something like that. But that happened at 119 of the 5th round. That was about to go to decision too. I mean, anybody really think that Covington can finish Joaquin Buckley? He's going to be moving backwards. The new generation doesn't care about if you supported them on the way up. They're get mine, fuck the rest. Agreed. But can you blame them when those they are supposed to trust are transparent in their motives, pay you less than you're worth, and forget you on the way out? How about telling you that you're going to be, you know, their future, and then they just trade you for a box of oranges and a Kool-Aid packet? You know, everybody wants to talk about these players not being loyal to the teams. The teams are never loyal to the players. Ever. Never. Oh, the players are all about the money. And what, you think that you're the owner of your team, isn't? Yo, Sterling is giving Tokos the business. Banner, I said that the Mets uniform was on the level of boring. But they've tried to spruce it up. That's what I said, Banner. Were you not paying attention? You know, the Mets uniform is really not that different from the Yankees uniform. You know, they have brighter colors, orange and blue or whatever, but you know, I love the Mets uniform because I love the Mets. But the Mets have tried to spruce it up with the black uniforms. They've tried, you know, different, you know, things to, you know, they had like some cool blue uniforms, like this royal blue uniform. You know, they've done, you know, different print stripes. They've had the piping on the side from the 80s. You know, they put like a black uniform out there. Does Tokos think he's winning the fight because he hasn't been knocked out?
I think so. And then he's going to be, if it goes to decision, he'll be surprised when
he
don't call
loses.
his name.
Yeah.
What do you mean? No.
But I hit his hands with my body a lot of times.
He curls. He's like, okay, you can punch me now. It's your turn.
Izzy's losses came from an experienced kickboxer with larger stature, Jan. He got laid on by a kickboxer. And then a man who he had history with, larger kickboxer, Poetan. Those are guys. You know, and Poetan is really skilled too. And then a man who got in his head and that imposed his frame. I don't think that Strickland got in his head, though. I don't think that Strickland got in his head. I think that DDP got in his head. I think that Adesanya,
with his family being
yeah,
in the audience.
yeah. But the Strickland fight, Strickland was actually very respectable, and he was like, I know I'm going to lose, but I'm going to get paid tonight. Mm-hmm. He didn't talk any shit to Izzy. He didn't do any of that. Izzy just didn't show up. And Izzy took some time for mental health because, Izzy was saying that he was having a lot of personal problems. You guys remember that Izzy had a woman take him to court because they were in a relationship and she wanted half of his assets. They didn't even get married.
Mm-hmm. I remember.
Izzy had a lot of things going on in his life. And I'm pretty sure that he was going through some traumatic shit that never came out in public, that he'll never talk about. So, I'm just going to say that I really do disagree with your assertion when it comes to Strickland. And I don't know what you're talking about servants in New Zealand for. But, I think him talking about his family is the problem. Midmo says, how are the fights just finished Saturday night main event not long ago? We've had some people removed from consciousness.
This last one was kind of boring.
I didn't really find it to be boring. I know that the other guy thought that he won because he got hit a lot. But I like the fact that the other dude was like, oh, so you're happy with me hitting you? Let me hit you some more. Is it me? It just falls out of sync.
Seems like that because we didn't click on it. Or if I click back onto the web page, I try not to actually click in the window. So,
yeah.
Is that kind of what you expected? I thought he would open himself up more. Really in the fight, so...
There were championship fights on Saturday night's main event, David Banner. That's why he was watching. And I think you were probably also doing something with JD. Did JD do a live stream during it, or is he doing something else?
Well, there was a few times it looked like we were very close to finishing the fight. Were you surprised you saw the final bell? Yeah, I was like, he was just covering up. Well, congratulations. A lot of experience gained. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, the undefeated still, Navajo Sterling.
I think a New Zealand fighter named Navajo is wild business.
Mm.
I like wrestling, but I can't buy this stupid shit of having a champion for a year and then WrestleMania comes around and The Rock's them breaks. He's booked as a challenger. No, I don't know what the fuck you mean. I mean, I get where you're going.
The Rock's theme. I think The Rock's theme breaks and he's booked as a challenger.
Oh.
Singing and picking up.
I thought he was going all Jamaican on me. I don't think that you can say that the Rock's theme music breaks. Stone Cold Steve Austin's theme music breaks.
AKA Thanos. That's like that meme or that video that someone threw together fans coming out
okay,
to
okay,
Stone
okay.
Cold's.
Okay,
So
yeah,
now when I
get it, get
rewatch
it.
that film and he shows up, it
I
plays
get it
in my
now.
head.
I get it now. I get it now.
Even on the really sad, the sad scenes, if he pops up, I'm like, Stone Cold. The tears stop.
Oh no, that chick that slept with all those guys in a day, she slept with 101 guys in a day, test positive for chlamydia, gonorrhea, and the herp derp.
I'd be surprised if she didn't. I mean, how does that thing still work?
Hey man, but we don't shame because you know
I mean,
304s are wanted in society.
well, while it is, flexible and durable, 100 versus if you push out a kid, it's just one and done. It's just, there are limits.
His challenge tonight, letting the world know that UFC gold is still attainable as he marches forward. And while Colby's hallmark is a relentless grinding style, a dynamic and explosive attack have left opponents in the dust of Joaquin Buckley. Since dropping to the welterweight division, he's perfect, riding a 5-fight win streak into tonight. He can notch his 4th win of 2024 in the finale, and what a win it would be to push his championship hopes into hyperdrive. The main event combatants in the building. Let's continue with our main card. Two big-time bantamweight prospects looking for a spot in the rankings. With his mind and body right, Texas's Adrian Yanez gearing up for a big 2025. And he can get things off to a good start if he can pin a loss on the record of Peru's Daniel Marcos. After winning his first 5 UFC fights, 4 by knockout, Adrian Yanez hit a roadblock in 2023 bouts against Rob Font and Jonathan Martinez. But this year, the Texan was back in form in a big way as he stopped Benicio Salvador in less than 3 minutes back in May. Tonight, Yanez will look to make it 2 in a row when he clashes with unbeaten Peruvian prospect Daniel Marcos. Fresh from a June victory over John Castaneda, Marcos is rapidly on the rise at 135 pounds, and an impressive win over Yanez will send him into the new year on the verge of a top 15 ranking.
That's the quote of the stream. Mrs. Evil, how does that thing still work? Shit, you take a car across country, you're gonna need an oil change. 101 city miles. Oh man. I mean, I don't know if you could say that that's a car across country, because I would say that it was a freight train across country, because there was 101 cars on that train.
Where have you been?
North Pole. Here, watch this. What's in your wallet?
I'll try. Punch. Yeah, I'll get more. Uncle Carlos, heartburn. I'm going to Walgreens.
This is not just your neighborhood Walgreens.
Wild night? Wild family.
This is help.
Yeah, he was going on about the chick that got ran through.
Oh. I got it now. My quote. How does that thing still work? Should it be that, David? Or there are limits to the JJ? That's what I said on the way out the room. Actually, I'm going to copy and paste this as the quote of the stream, since David has voted it. If someone says something better, we can vote on that one too. I'm reaching over you.
Rated T for teen.
Refresh your energy
Mhm.
with zero sugar,
Oh, I know what I was doing.
essential vitamins, and proven ingredients. Celsius. Live fit.
Oops. Fuck it, I'm leaving them like that. It looks retarded, and that's fine with me.
Hey.
Hand-to-blade affair between Adrian Yanez and Daniel Marcos, both 31 years old and 5 feet 7 inches tall. Slight 1-inch edge and reach. Eyes with the betting underdog out of Houston, Texas. Adrian Yanez. Here's Bruce Butler.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC Bantamweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, an unbeaten mixed martial artist, holding a perfect professional record. 16 wins, no losses, 1 no contest. He stands 5 feet 7 inches tall. Weighing in
We're
at
still alive, so we're
136
good.
pounds. Fighting out of Boca Raton, Florida, by way of Lima, Peru.
Go, Marcos. Rosa now.
Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 17 wins, 5 losses. He stands 5 feet 7 inches tall, weighing in at 136 pounds.
136 pounds. You just know some man is gonna buy her a house and telling us how she's changed. Give it a year. Yeah, and simps are the death. Simps are the death of the respect of men in modern society. Thank you.
Daniel Marcos looking to keep that 0 in the loss column as we climb in the ranks. This is the big test he needs to prove he's ready for the Sharps in the top 15. Adrian Yanez has spent time in the rankings, wants to get back there. We can string together consecutive victories and right away. Yeah, he's wasting no time. The hands are so
Oh,
sharp.
David. I don't know. Is Yanez the fighter who got leaked doing stuff? I'll have to Google that. Let's see what Google says. Adrian Yanez. See what Wiki has to say. No, I don't think it's going to be here. Excuse me.
Toyo Tires, the official tire of UFC.
Worth mentioning now as well, Yanez is getting trained by Eve Edwards, long-time UFC veteran, kind of an OG. I said before, his long-time coach, Sol Solis, sadly passed away. Yanez was training the team himself, kind of became the coach, trainer, fighter, team captain all at once. And it's just too much. Now obviously under the tutelage of Eve Edwards, running the ship.
Marcos. Left. Puts him on the fence. And he's trying to retreat.
I don't see anything about that.
He was patient. He let Yanez come out.
If it was him, I don't see an article about it. Could be somebody else.
Yanez hurt there. But Yanez trying to recover.
Yeah, he's back in it, fully recovered. But that's a warning shot. That's
David says, I'm talking about, oh, the leaker.
and then you've got to respect it.
You're a piece of shit.
Make any mistakes.
Sneak dissing someone like that. Okay. Did we get an eye poke and a Victor Henry at the same time, or just a Victor Henry? Because he's blinking. We got an eye poke and a Victor Henry at the same time. I need a replay. Definitely Victor Henry.
Then you got to take a point if you got two different fouls.
He is.
Doink. Doink.
Yes,
Oh
we
my
got
God.
both.
Get him out of the UFC. You got to
We
get out.
got both.
Sorry, you got to
And
get
his
it.
eye is bleeding.
Sorry. Like,
And not just the inside. The inside was already bleeding. He's bleeding on the outside now, too. You can see he's like a blood tear coming out.
yo, get him out of the UFC. You definitely got to take like 8 points for that. That's bad. That's really bad.
That was one of the worst we've ever seen.
Jake said, not the Weidman and Victor Henry.
Oh man.
Yeah.
The foul combo.
Uh-huh.
Oh man, that's awful. That is world class awful. This last card of the year's got everything.
Mm-hmm.
So now the question is, how will Pete Peterson handle this situation? 2 fouls in that exchange.
Well, it's just unfortunate. I don't think there was anything intentional. I'm assuming it's just going to be a stirring warning. Be aware of your weapons.
All right, no nonsense. I need a no nonsense ruling here.
Yo, you need to take all the points. And I definitely want to hear what Dana has to say if he's there.
Which is the challenge, right? Because it's inadvertent, clearly, but it does compromise Yanez as he moves.
No, for sure, it doesn't matter if it's inadvertent.
How are your Victor Henrys? Take the point. Take the point.
Take the point.
And that's the stirring warning.
He's not taking a point.
All nonsense, Pete Peterson. This is what happens when he gets an eating disorder. All nonsense. Thank you for seasoning this up. It's better than usual.
Season it when I put it in there, just to make sure.
Why is Marcos trying to look like Sherbert?
He's still poking us, you know.
Marcos has a habit of like rolling down, looking at the ground. He's got to be careful with it.
Jake says stern warning was next time you do this, pick one foul or I'm taking a point.
No, he needs to do 3 different fouls at once.
Getting in and out, right? Mostly has dodged the heavy strikes coming his way from Marcos.
The cake Don made this
Aw,
ridiculous.
that's cool.
Got some damage done there. Marcos just stays in that pocket.
That's a really cool cake.
Harder shots every time they stand in front of each other in exchange.
Yeah, you can see that he's the bigger guy.
He's solid now.
Yeah, he's solid. Bantamweight, he's big. First takedown attempt.
That's a go.
Yeah. Pulled out with the right hand.
People making fun of the White Sox. I heard the White Sox offered offered Juan Soto $15 million for 750 years. A 750-year, $15 million contract, which would be like playing for minimum wage. That's really funny.
Technical side, how he breaks down the fight. So he's done his homework coming into this one, but Marcos is just that guy.
You almost got Victor Henry again.
16-0, powerful, big for the weight class. He's got a great chin. Yanez has cracked him. First good angles.
I like that from Marcos. He was down looking for a takedown and came
He did not get Victor Henry. I just realized it. Because it wasn't all dick and balls. He also got him in the eye. So it was the dick, balls, and eyes. So it's not a Victor Henry.
That's that's another category that we're not ready for.
Jake Miller says, I saw the joke that the Nationals could have paid Soto the $440 million. It would just have taken 440 years. Well, if the Dodgers, it would have been like deferred salary, and they'd be paying him well into the next century.
Finally get the night to yourself, huh? One day you and my husband will.
Get help staying healthy through the holidays. Check out ESPN's MMA show, Good Guy, Bad Guy, with Daniel Cormier and Chael Sonnen. Watch on YouTube, ESPN2, Plus, and listen wherever you get your podcast. DC and Chael, every Monday and Thursday. Don't miss it. All right, Dean Thomas, that was a...
Oh, and on a single leg, going back to the cage. Oh, nice defense from Yanez. Oh, he just
Do it
touched
again.
him.
But in the perfect spot.
He just said. Otani making $70 million as endorsements is a cheat code for salary cap manipulation. It has to be banned. I do 100% agree. But they're not going to do that because they're letting Otani bet on baseball. So, you know, all the rules apply to everybody except for Otani.
Still recovering.
What's your fucking sherbert hair color, man?
Another look at the big shot from Yanez as he dipped through the left. Clean left hook. Pinching the center, 90 seconds in round two. Now they break free.
That's nice. Just missed with the left hand again at the end.
Well, the right hand of Marcos, that left hook of Yanez so far. I like this calf kick, and that's what his corner, Yanez's corner said, listen, he's not addressing any of these kicks to the leg that you're throwing so hard. And that right hand, he kind of dips down, throws some fake
Marcos
back
keeps
elbow.
wanting to do this weird bend down and
Counter.
the elbow.
Yeah.
You know,
The up elbow. Yeah.
It's just not working.
It is.
Awkward.
But anytime Adrian Yanez is in the cage, it's always going to be entertaining. So you should have expected that.
No, but I'm criticizing Marcos, not Yanez.
Jake Miller's coming out.
Yeah.
Stay on that jab. When he just sticks it out there, he doesn't really try to wind up on it. That and the calf kick, and then from there, he can start finding the openings for that left hook. And you've got to watch. You've got to be careful and address when Marcos is dipping
He swears that counter is going to be there for him.
down low, and he comes over with that long right.
But at least he's kicking armpits. Ooh, flying knee. Is that acceptable?
Flying knee?
Yes.
Yeah.
You don't like flying knees?
I like flying knees. I just think that his elaborate gotta throw some wild shit is not working. Not
Ryan
also
Fry
pro-
says, good ass fight. I've got Yanez winning so far. What do you... What? Oh, I think he's calling us northeastern United States people.
Mm-hmm.
This is definitely a Mets broadcast. Not
do we need more? Do we need more? I think we have more.
Thought she'll go and get some more Met shit.
I have a louder Met shirt.
That jab side gets low.
Actually, everything else is pretty subtle.
jab follows with the right. 17 leg kicks now for Yanez. He had 7 at the end of round 1.
Babe. Why not, David?
Can it be control? It seems that Marcos got a little tired, slowed down a bit here in the second round. Getting cracked in the face will do that to you, though. Look at that. Beautiful work from Yanez. Didn't land flush, but still, got to appreciate the technique.
Nice right hand there from Marcos. Again, I'm telling you, he lowers his level and he gets those hands of Yanez.
David says, because it's the last card before Christmas, give us a break. No. Don't you know the Grinch is my favorite Christmas character? Love the Grinch.
That's the only criticism.
So, you can bring up more stuff.
But the head is kind of stagnant, stuck on that center line a lot of the time.
Final 10 around 2.
David says, exactly, your heart's 3 times too small. The Grinch is awesome. Especially Jim Carrey. His Grinch is the best.
No plans at all. Let's get dirty. Skin knees and splinters. Let's get out and let the world in. The new 2025 Ford Explorer. It's all in the name.
Taco Bell Cantina chicken burrito.
David says, I'm Max, carrying the stolen presents for the stream. Max is great too. Ryan asks, if I've seen Skeleton Crew. I have not yet. I intend on watching it. Don't ruin it for me. I think there are only 3 episodes available right now. They released the first 3. I haven't watched them yet, so shh. Don't say anything about it. I have time off coming up within the next couple of weeks. So, actually, I'm not even going to lie. I'm not going to wait until time off. I'm probably going to watch it as I'm working here at home. That's going to keep me from falling asleep while I work. Have you watched it, Ryan? Are you enjoying it? I mean, don't tell me what happened, but give me like a thumbs up, thumbs down. I'm going to watch it regardless. David says, you guys are the Grinch and Jay is Cindy Lou Who. Oh, that's fucked up. Okay, good to know. It looks like it's going to be good, but I'm going to wait a little. I am excited that they're supposed to be doing season 2 of Andor, which I think will come out next year. That, I think, so far has been their best series, Andor. You like the Shoka, people shit on it, but I think they hate what. Yeah, I enjoyed that show too. I thought that what's her face did really well in that role, especially in the fight scenes. I think she was like a little slow in the fight scenes, but I appreciated her trying. It was really good. Not my favorite, but I don't hate on that show. It's just not like at the top of my list. But I enjoyed it, and if they do another season, I'll be glad to watch it. I should read this part. Travis goes, yo Ryan, she's not into you. He goes, just chipping away. Well, you know, he has Baby Yoda kind of gave it away.
Travis.
In 2025, we could chat about Skeleton Crew.
Yo, Travis is great. Honest question, how would you guys prepare for a fight? I used to box with my church youth group, and I Would never hard spar again. If I had to take a fight, I would do pure cardio like sprints and footwork only and hit the pads half hour a day. I think Max had it right, where he did a lot of hard sparring for a lot of years, and then once he established that mind muscle connection and that neurological dominance as far as his methods, he had already done enough sparring where he knows how to fight. So I think that my approach would be to go the hard sparring route for, a certain percentage of my career at the beginning, and then be easy with it later on.
I don't have an answer to that question. I actually have no idea. I would just be happy to be able to train.
Colby will win this match by submission. What? Yeah, I know about the Northerner thing. Nah, Ryan, you.
These last 80 seconds could decide who wins and loses.
Yeah, and I think these takedown attempts from Yanez has got to abandon this and start striking. And I know he's tired. I know it's easier to say
You make a decent point, Ryan.
this isn't where he wants to be. Yeah, he's big moments you would think in the final 60 seconds.
I still got Buckley winning.
Disengage, break the clinch, and go for it. Here we go.
Just some big strikes here. Could steal back the round.
Masvidal's wrestling wasn't really that good either.
If you're Yanez, you've got to see that tail.
I think if 2025 is kind to us, fingers crossed, we might have a better answer for David Banner. So we gotta probably actually try that.
Yeah, it's still not very good though.
Throwing a head kick when he walks away like that. I mean, Yanez has won like that before. Early in his UFC run. Walk off head kick. Right head kick right now. Yeah, we're digging the body when you have him here.
I think you make a decent point.
Re-engaging in this clinch.
I think you make a decent point. But I will say that Joaquin Buckley is significantly physically stronger. I think that he has a significant advantage in the physical strength department. So even if he doesn't have quite the wrestling chops, he can overpower Colby to get off the ground. I'll say that. Colby's wrestling was top tier 5 years ago. Now he's a guy that hasn't won in years and takes one fight a year. And he got so many championship fights that he didn't earn, you know?
I hope Marcos loses this fight. It'd be really fucked up if he ends up winning, even with
Yeah, with the fouls.
a double foul. So I feel like they're so inconsistent with taking points off for fouls. I mean, there's no punishment then.
And Colby
For doing it.
beats up old men. Jake Miller says, if you could pick any hitter in a fair park for righties and lefties, are you taking anyone over Prime Albert? Are we also talking fair hitters? Because Barry Bonds comes to mind for me. Not necessarily because of the juice, but because of his eye at the plate.
All right, let's hear it real quick. I shouldn't be cheering that hard. That's bullshit.
Moving on. Don't really need to hear what he has to say. Buckley is a bully in the cage, and Colby isn't the type of guy to push back. We've all seen that. That's another great point.
Pittsburgh Pirates bonds. I didn't really get to see him.
What do I think about the drones in New York? I said earlier, the aliens are here to make sure that the Mets don't win a championship by ending all of humanity before the 2025 MLB season. That's what I think. That's what the drones are.
I mean, if they're going to be up there, if they could do something useful, like help us out in the summer when the wildfires are happening.
Oh, no, they're just going to get rid of all the human beings. That's how they're going to help the environment, by getting rid of all of us.
Help with traffic around the city.
Yeah, they're going to get rid of all the human beings, so they won't be in traffic.
Okay. Well, who's going to get their food and do their laundry and build things? You know.
Nothing and nobody. They're going to give the planet back to the animals. Yeah, they're so ass Travis that they've come to the earth to stop us from winning the championship.
Oh my gosh, let's move on to the next fight. Next fight. Nope, 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 and nope. Fuck out of here. Sorry. I want him to leave.
Colby has only fought champs in his past 5 fights. Bouts he did not deserve. And he won several of those fights. He won none of the championship fights. What are you talking about?
Ooh, Alonso.
Oh, shit, Pete Alonso. Are they in Florida right now?
You're in Florida.
Okay, that's why.
Oh, Mets? I don't know. I just know that.
Hey, Banner, you're mad that I'm talking about the Mets. Pete Alonso was sitting right there in the crowd. Yeah, he won by a freak injury, and he point fighted his way to winning those. I mean, the dude almost never finishes anybody.
Or at least not for the past 8 years.
I mean, yeah, since like 2016, he had like 1 finish. To just point fight everybody, Ryan? Those guys get submissions too, guy. And if you go back to way early in his career, Colby Covington was getting submissions.
Mm-hmm.
Colby and Izzy have had too many title fights for me to ever want to see them back in one. At least fucking Izzy deserved to be in them.
Colby was getting a title fight after losing like 4 times in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how many times can you get a title? And all because he was sucking on Donald Trump's cock? You get a free title fight after losing and losing and losing? Stupid.
Mm-hmm. Well, Dana has not learned his lesson when it comes to Dana and or the matchmakers haven't learned their lesson when it comes to giving people title fights. They don't deserve it. Because
Asakura.
that was a fucking waste of time. Such a fucking waste of time.
But at least it didn't make us sit here all night. And in the second round.
Of fucking time. I think what makes me more mad is that how many people are more deserving of it, or we're waiting in line and this guy just like walks in. And at least if you're just gonna walk in and skip the line, win. and you didn't.
I will say that he fought well until he got caught. I will give him
I
that.
don't give a fuck. It was a title fight. If it was like a normal ass fight and we're like, oh, he got onto the main card and he just got here, fine, I'd be like, oh wow, he really deserves to be in the UFC. But you were given a belt opportunity, walking in. Fuck out of here.
Out to the octagon. A strong start for the 27-year-old, to say the least. Coming up next, Vitor Petrino squares off against Dustin the Hanyak Jacoby.
I have to show you this video.
The cut lumber and slabs that we sell here at our shop. This is a Thunder Nova 51 laser. This machine is absolutely incredible.
This is the MasterChef 9700 barbecue with a panoramic roof. This is the iMan GELB 36LIE leak cooker. Aircraft tray gimbal stabilizer 9 transformable for DSLR cameras. This is the shed. This is the Orion Starblast 2 4.5 equatorial reflector telescope.
He can't even stand up.
Can I show the telescope?
This is my
Cause this is how these chicks be doing. Like, what the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is why, like, you're gonna see.
Oh my god, it's a long ass commercial break. Goodness gracious. Well, the nice thing about using Disney Plus, for now, because I'm sure this will change, they only give us one commercial at a time for each break, not 10 commercials back to back to back. And after they play that one commercial, if there's still time to do this, I'm okay with this. It's alright with me.
Well, we just want to make sure that we keep this.
Mm-hmm.
Jacoby will win this one as well. Colby's record for his last 15 fights is like Dante's Inferno. Yeah, but he's a fucking point merchant. I just sat here and talked about the demise of my New York Rangers for like 30 minutes, Travis. Were you not paying attention? I just went on a whole diatribe about how Drury is running the team into the ground.
Travis says no, he wasn't here.
Oh, okay.
TLDR.
Been a big Rangers fan since like 1992, 1993.
Hey, and we're back.
Dustin Jacoby. Petrino trying to get back to the win column. Still very much a prospect, Michael, and a powerful one at that. 7 of his 8 finishes by knockout.
Yeah, and he certainly doesn't.
Most Met fans are Islander fans, mainly because they are geographically proximal. But fuck the Islanders. Let's go Rangers.
Last time out. You know, kind of competitive on the feet. The man decided to shoot. Made a big
The one thing. But I will tell you, Travis, Chris Drury is ruining the New York Rangers right now. And the Rangers have lost the psychological buy-in of the team because of the way that they treated Barclay Goodrow and now Jacob Trouba. Now, I hated the way Trouba played. He hit, lots of big hits and all of that. But I absolutely hated how Drury conducted business. I know you want them off the roster. You want to save yourself some cap space. I get all of that. But the way he treated those guys, especially the captain of the team, now everybody has checked out. The Islanders' old arena, the Nassau Memorial Veterans, the Nassau Veterans Memorial Coliseum. I've been there a few times. Trouba personified New York perfectly. Elbow a motherfucker in the mouth and then act like you did nothing wrong when you get called on it. No, that wasn't Trouba. That was Rempe. Rempe did that. That wasn't Trouba. That was Rempe.
Like what? They walked into my elbow.
He said, I'm walking here. I did that for you, David. David's trapped in Canada. I live a good life. If that means I'm trapped, I'm okay with it. Yeah, Canadians are not trapped. Vitor Petrino looks like he's in a different weight class from Jacoby. Mm-hmm. My dad could beat up your dad. Oh, man. When I see Vitor, I just really want to say Belfort. And I wasn't even really watching the UFC during that era. Ooh, that was a nice straight left from Petrino. Okay, we're just gonna let them have that conversation down there.
We'll get the popcorn.
Yeah, JP Bay, that Cheyenne chick. I don't know if it was like, I don't know who was like involved in that, but she was like cheating on him and all of that. Fuck her. Well, some guy did. Why is Petrino loading up so much?
I don't think he has a cut. Just below his knee.
Petrino?
Uh-huh. Or
Those wild
No,
swinging
actually,
against the fence.
Jacoby has the cut, and the blood got on Petrino's leg. Let's see it in a second. See, it looks like he's the one that's cut, but I saw the blood on his leg first. Let's see it in the front.
Maybe from a check kick.
Yeah.
You see Jacoby shaking his arms out.
Yeah, I'm noticing it.
Petrino's shoulder muscles gonna hurt him late in the game. Well, we'll see. Is Ryan Fry like if does guys with muscles like get on his nerves, you know? I'm just covering up for the winner.
Muscles. I'm sleepy. and I woke up late today, and I'm just ready for bed already.
You know, the issue is with Petrino is that you know, he's loading up for everything. He said, "True, I hate him." Miller says if it was a 205er at Extreme Couture who took the wife, not many 205ers at that camp. Pretty sure they have all the middleweights. Yeah, I don't follow like a lot of the gossip and stuff. I just heard that she's a cheater and she can go blankety blank, blankety blank. That's what I think of her.
Two of the most talented, violent grapplers in the sport vying for the title at UFC 311. Lightweight king Islam Makhachev faces top contender Arman Sarukian. Plus, moving into bantamweight champ Marab Wallace Roy takes on undefeated challenger Umar Nurmagomedov. Special offer if you purchase UFC 311 by January 18th, $10 off the normal price at ESPNplus.com.
So the corner of Jacoby, they kind of like what they saw. They feel that they can finish Petrino here in the second round. They did have a couple of big moments, and a lot of it was reactionary. Petrino here closed down the cage straight away.
Yeah, he's closing it down. He's got to just open up a little bit here. Doing all this work, stomping him down. Yeah, Mark Montoya loved Jacoby's patience in round number one.
She tried to get him deported, said that she only married JP to get him in the U.S. legally, and they were never really dating. Well, the thing is, you actually have to go through a pretty extensive check, and sometimes they do have investigators see if it's legitimate. So, judging by how broken up he was about it, I would say, and the fact that she's a cheater, I would say that I'm more inclined to believe she's a liar.
This is what Montoya was talking about. Love that he's staying out of range, frustrating Petrino. It says the patience will lead to the finish for Jacoby. We'll see if that unfolds.
And he's right. A lot of the time it will. However, when you got somebody as big and explosive as Petrino,
But he should get deported because of the way his last name is pronounced. It's un-American.
left a nice little mark on the leg of Petrino. He didn't like it either. There was a bit of a reaction.
I look and I see JP buys. Did he buy stuff?
And what is it?
Bays.
Where is he from?
Who the fuck knows? Somewhere where, you know, they pronounce that word vase.
JP. He is
I'm inclined to agree with you, Banner, but Petrino can still put him out. So
South Africa.
Ryan Fry is a hater. Oh! Petrino landed. Yep. Yep. Petrino does definitely have the nuclear launch codes. That was an ugly ass kick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a good chess match. It is a good chess match right now. Jacoby is trying to establish that jab.
That's hilarious. I honestly don't know which one is correct.
It's the first one, unfortunately.
Thank you, sir. The curls are actually behaving today.
Yeah, you're right, Banner.
It'll look matted down in the morning.
Yeah, she used to straighten her hair a lot. That looked nice too.
Oh, my hair's
But I
too
always,
now.
preferred the curly look to the straight. But sometimes, I think, wow, that would be nice once in a while to see the difference. But I like the curly too.
My hair is too thin to do that.
He's like, yeah, the curls are pretty.
It's just my hair is longer, I think. You've got long locks, curly or straight.
Well, we know he's straight.
And I do this most of the time because I'm too lazy to do any other style. I need somebody to get knocked out so that I can wake up.
I mean, Jacoby almost got knocked out in the second round.
I also have like these, what I call bug antenna, that just, it's just weird.
That's your alfalfa.
Yeah, I have a bunch of them. Actually, it's worse during the Zoom meeting. When I have a Zoom at 10 a.m., I'm like, oh my god, my hair is terrible. It's pretty bad. You could tell that I just rolled out of bed. David goes, you do hair? It would be funny if he says yes. Then I'd ask you for advice. Jake Miller has long hair. Look at this.
Oh, cool.
This is the long hair club.
Yep. I gave it up, 9 years ago? 8 or 9 years ago, I gave up the long hair.
Very cool. Travis's comment after.
D-Rock skin fades.
It'll usually go down to my waist, but at that length, it's just, it doesn't look as nice out. It starts to get really tangled around the ends. So I'll just chop it. This is a manager link for me. A little envious of the longer hair dudes. Goodness gracious. Jake goes, too bad my family goes totally gray by 35 and I'm 31 with 20% gray beard and 10% gray hair. Well, I mean, yours started when? Your grays?
On
Pretty
my
early.
face or on my head?
In general.
Or general? 17, I had my first gray hair.
Yeah, you're not the only one, Jake.
But it didn't start like really taking over until...
David goes, Petrino isn't looking like a contender this fight, but I sense some fuckery with the judges. I'm just waiting for somebody to get knocked out. Yeah, I get that, Ryan.
Yeah, but my gray hair just kind of spread like fucking wildfire. I was looking like Mr. Fantastic for like a couple of years, where it was only like grays like on the side, and then
Yeah.
it just started populating the top of the head.
My hair does this
I
weird.
mean, my hair is still, my head is still mostly black, but
Yeah, but you still have a lot of hair,
yeah.
which is nice. Your hair is much, much thicker than mine.
Well, your booty is much thicker than mine.
Anyway.
That's what matters.
I can confirm this, Ryan. I do dig the salt and pep. And I know you don't understand it, but you don't have to, because I dig it.
I wish my hair would have stayed black.
I like it this way. I'm gonna take the wife card out. Salt and pep.
And banners ruin it for us.
Oh, David, shh! Don't say anything.
Oh no! What the fuck just happened?
I did say I wanted someone to get knocked out. I didn't care who. I just needed a little boost of energy.
Yo, he's
'Cause,
still
man,
twisting.
I was crashing pretty badly.
He's still twisting.
But you know what? That would happen even if we use ESPN.
if we were on ESPN, it would be the same problem.
We're just trying to...
Oh, that was the Kamaru Usman, what he did to Masvidal.
Yeah.
You did not have Jacoby by knockout. But that is exactly how Usman knocked out Masvidal.
Well, we can refer to the predictions.
Ryan Fry's not up there.
Oh, shit. Oh, yes, Ryan, you didn't give me.
He says scroll essay, and he wrote it essay.
He said, hi, mine.
Oh, yeah, that was the same punch Usman hit Masvidal.
Yeah, you guys said it together.
I didn't even see that.
Yeah.
Let me get up.
I think you and David have the strongest hive mind connection.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, my foot's falling asleep. Ah, shit. My foot fell asleep. Ow, ow, ow.
Sting.
Sting, sting, sting. Actually, I watched a YouTube video from a neurologist one of those Wired videos. It's pretty cool. And they answered the question about when this happens. They're basically like, it's your nerves going on fire, just like sending out all the signals at once because you were compressing it. So it wasn't, your brain was not able to send the signals to that area. So once you release the pressure,
Right.
now all the signals are being sent at once. So that's why it feels like a bunch of needles. There's just the electrical signals.
It's like when you lose
going off.
Connection to, and then all of the emails and text messages
Just all pop up. So that's what's happening right now. Yeah. So it's not that you lost blood, just electrical signals got held up. Sorry, I am still scrolling. Well, you know what, Ryan Fry? I am not scrolling. No, I just can't find it. Next time, gotta give it to us early so I can put it up.
I'm here with the Hanyak. I'm here with the winner. Dustin.
3 fights left.
Oh wow, she looks like she has a mask.
I'm here with the winner, Dustin Jacoby.
Ooh, foot. My foot.
Some people in here were booing, but in the third round, what a shot. Man, I appreciate you here. First off, I did all thanks to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. I never say that, man. He's really touched me lately.
I'm gonna scroll up now.
Which way?
Ba-ba-bum-bum-bum-bum. How far back did you give us your picks, Ryan?
Yeah, it seemed like you were waiting for him to overcommit and then to catch you, right? That's exactly what it is, man. All of my fights, I'm the guy that I don't like to sit back. I hear the crowd booing, and usually I'm the one trying to get more, and that gets me by. I stayed locked in. I stayed in the zone. I didn't look at it.
Oh, you did say it. Yeah, I found Ryan's comment. He said Jacoby will win this one as well, boys. If you want to take my picks to your local bookie.
No, I said he didn't say that Jacoby was going to win like knockout. I did see that he said Jacoby was going to win. Yeah. He gets credit for it. Yeah, I said I don't think anybody thought Jacoby was going to win by knockout. Unless one of those guys said it. Because he was talking about Petrino kind of like gassing out. Like that actually kind of made sense. But I don't know if anybody thought that he was going to win by knockout like that.
All right. I have your picks now, Ryan. Sorry that I missed them earlier. I was trying to scroll back up. But I have to give you a spot now on the page. You don't have a spot. Thank you. All right. Got it. Got it. Minmo hasn't given us picks in a while, so I'm going to put your name there instead. Ryan Fry. Paste. Take this off. What am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. There we go, that's what I wanted. Ooh, that's not what I want. Alright, let's try this. Save. What's up, David? Ooh, yes. So I am signed up. No international marathons. Not for next year because our wallets are still hurting from double travel in 2024 before, I basically did that's future me's problem when I decided to do 2 international marathons. And I'm currently in future me. This is now future me, who says, what the fuck? That was really expensive. Ryan Frey, I got your picks up. So yeah, no international in 2025. We need a year to recover.
We got the Coheed cruise though.
We are going. So when I said no international travel, this is still related to marathoning, somewhat. Then Coheed and Cambria announced that they're doing their next cruise, which will be SS Neverender 3 for 2025. And we've learned that they're going to do it probably every 2 years. Yeah, exactly. David goes, future you spends for last year. Yeah, I'm now in future me. So while we're not traveling for marathons, we are going to do the next Coheed cruise November of next year, beginning of November. And that leaves from Miami and it's going to go to Mexico. So, yeah. It'll probably be, I mean, it's going to be way cheaper than the travel that we did so far. But the marathon, my next marathon is in April. And that will be in Jersey City. And I could just take the train there. It's very close by. I've done this one 2 years ago. It's a flat marathon. So I'm hoping for a PR. And I'm trying to get 5 hours or sub 5 hours. And Travis, let me pull up my Strava. I don't realize. What is my fastest 5K? Strava, give me my... So my goals for this year, 2025, sub 5 hour marathon, because I'm a back of the pack runner who's trying to become a middle of the pack runner. So that maybe one day I could qualify for Boston Marathon. Maybe. And I would like to get a sub 30 minute 5K, which I am more, I feel like that's more realistic. I think I could definitely do a sub 30 minute 5K. But let me give you my actual numbers at the moment. My fastest 5K so far is 33 minutes and 4 seconds, which is a 10 minute and 39 second minute per mile at the moment. So, these little legs are trying to get faster. I'm trying to get faster. Travis says, I'm faster than you. Travis, everyone is faster than me. Like, fucking everyone's faster than me. David goes, Subway Series Marathon. Yeah. So I got a Jersey Marathon and then I'll do New York City Marathon. And that would be cool. That would be really, really cool. I'm excited for that. I just need to get in more miles. More miles.
Yeah, you guys don't understand
More miles.
You guys don't understand how short her legs are.
I mean, I think they kind of know because we've stood next to each other on screen. I am. Itty bitty. No, but there are short ladies who are faster than me. I mean, man. I just got a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do still. Jake Miller says, why didn't they show the highlights from the... something that... I wasn't even looking. I was too busy looking at my phone. I'm sorry, Jake. I was looking at my Strava. Ryan Fried said, I get tired peeling an apple. I said, man, careful you don't cut your finger.
Yeah, that sounds horrible. The thing is, there's a lot of nutritional value in the skin of the apple. You know, if you wash it properly, just eat it.
Trevor goes, but I can't run a marathon though, so you have me there. Yeah, so up until this point, my endurance I think is very good. I can do a race for many hours. I can torture myself for many hours. I just need to be able to do it faster. So that's what I'm working on now. David, running question for you. Have you gotten back into running at all? Actually, question for everyone. What's your, if you do anything fitness related, it could be anything, gym, running, I don't know, basketball, swimming, biking. What's your fitness activity that you turn to? Or activities, plural. And David, are you still running? I know you took a break, I think because of weather, up where you live. Did you start again?
Fights to round out our night here in Tampa. This one comes between ranked contenders in the flyweight division. Manel Kape, big betting favorite tonight. 3 years younger than Brazilian Bruno Silva.
All right, let's see what people got for this fight. Jay has Kape. Ryan has Kape. So do we do. So if Kape loses, do we blame Jay? Ryan said pesticides. That's what vinegar's for. Oh wait, let me put up the right one. There we go. Jake Miller goes 20,000 steps a day, travel league, disc golf. All right, and lifting 5 days a week for you. Excellent, Jay. Travis says, I used to box, now I do calisthenics and run at my school's track. I wish I had a track close to me. There is one in the city, but I don't want to commute to it. What's your track running schedule look like? What do you like to do? So, let's see, yes. To Fahrenheit. David goes, I don't run in the winter here. Try to run in -30. Actually, I would like to know what that is in Fahrenheit. Ugh. -22 Fahrenheit. Yeah, no. You're right. No, thank you. No, I wouldn't want to do it at all. We have had... Let's see. Around like 25 Fahrenheit, which is -3 degrees Celsius. And I don't even want to run in that. So I'm not doing -30. No thanks.
I picked Manel Kape to win this fight, but I am very, very okay with De Silva winning this fight.
Well,
very okay.
Anyone who picked for this fight, we all picked Kape. But
Yeah.
so did Jay, which is why I made that comment.
Oh. Well.
Yeah. Jake is an early morning lifter.
I lift at all hours of the day and night. Whenever I can fit it into my workday.
Travis also likes to weight train. Excellent.
If you have any questions about weight training, you can always ask him here.
David goes, I do burpees for 3 minutes 5 times a day, and I'm doing stationary bike for 10 minutes a day.
So that's more like conditioning work.
I'm off weight training too. Very nice.
I hate the showboating shit that Kape likes to do. I would love for him to get knocked out.
I'm not reading that one out loud.
Well, I'm just happy that there's no complaints from the woman sitting next to me. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Leave that right the hell alone.
Yeah, we have a stationary bike in our building. Sometimes I'll
We
do
have a
that.
couple different models.
Yeah, we do have a Peloton. I do like using the.
The other one.
I like using both. I'll use the non-Peloton where I just not motivated to do anything really that day, and I just need to move my legs. Versus Peloton, I could actually add resistance.
We have some mild to moderate
David.
Victor Henry action in the cage.
All right, Ryan gets credit from David this time.
He went to Key. Advanced. Something like that. Scientific.
I hate doing burpees. I haven't done burpees in years. The only time I did them was when I used to do Spartan races. And if you couldn't complete an obstacle, you had to do burpees as a penalty. I have not done an obstacle course race since before the pandemic. I really don't like burpees.
We do like burping though.
Burping is great. Why hold it in? David goes, but in all seriousness, I can't be wasting calories out here. It's fucking freezing. From what you told us, yeah, fucking freezing. I work for a living. Anything else is extra. Yeah, you're living under those extreme conditions. I think if you felt the weather here, you'd be like, oh, it's summer. Even on the windiest day. Did you get kicked again?
Come on, man. You can't do body kicks or inside leg kicks on black men. I mean, stop trying it.
Is this the second one? Is no nonsense gonna... You gotta take the point. Take a point from somebody today. Come on. He's getting 2 warnings.
You know what it looked like? It looked like his foot caught the shorts and the shorts moved his cup up. That's what it looked like to me. Miller's got jokes. I'm thinking of the same joke, Miller. Yeah, I definitely get what you're saying, Banner. Travis, can you stop talking about fighting like it's prison love? I agree, cop blanks him. Come on, man. Pause.
Obviously hasn't been able to take it down to the ground. I think he's got a big advantage there. But now comes a really strong hips. The speed of the striking tonight is brilliant.
Manoa Cop is one of those guys that has really drunk his own Kool-Aid. And while I understand that you have to be very confident as a fighter to even have a hope of winning a fight against even like the lowest ranked fighter, the way he carries on is just annoying. I like how there's a timer here
Yeah, that's cool.
for both the commercials and this.
So we're gonna call him Keith Stern Warning Peterson.
Keith slowly wasting away Peterson.
David corrects me. He goes, "You're wrong, Mrs. Evil. I live in harsh weather, but if I ran in NY, I would be all, how do so many people live in one place?" Yeah. Yeah. Especially walking or driving during rush hour. It's like I just can't. You get road rage, you get pedestrian rage. Like I rage out just walking behind someone. That's a New York stereotype that is true. Pedestrian rage.
So would a Victor Henry to eye poke that leads to the back of the head shot finish be of point deduction? Probably not.
Oh, that's
I mean, to
awesome.
get a point reduction, you probably would have to like push the guy on the floor, take your fingers, just start jabbing it in the eye socket.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. If I ran 10 minutes and did not see anybody, I would be concerned here in New York. Because then I'd start thinking, am I running in the wrong place? Why is no one here? Not that I want a lot of people to be there, but you expect a certain number of bodies to be around. So if I'm running around, I'm like, there's nobody here. I am the only person. Why am I the only person here? Why did everyone decide not to come here? I made a mistake. I should probably turn around.
Silva is being outclassed, and he just did the chicken dance.
Oh, if Cop got knocked out there,
I
that
would have been so
hilarious.
happy. But this is the end of the fight right here. Silva's getting pissed off.
Please take the point now. Take the fucking point. He is begging for you to take the point. Oh my god. He says, now I want to see a stunner.
That's actually probably illegal, though. A Stone Cold Stunner? Because he kicks you to the belly, not to the balls. That was Victor Henry right there. That was all dick and balls, man. All dick and balls. I would be surprised if we did that shit on purpose. Yo, you know what else is very crispy right now for Cop? Yo, you need to take 8 points for that shit. He's gonna definitely take a point this time. Ooh! Yep. There we go.
Thank God.
It's a shame. I don't believe he did that on purpose, but it's just 3 times. It's got to be done.
Yo, he got his toes up in his gooch. Nah, he's hurt.
He's not ready.
He's not ready.
He just doesn't want to
If
drag it
Silva
out.
wins this fight
He's not
after
ready.
that, I thought he was gonna kick him in the dick again. I really thought he was gonna kick him in the dick again. I hate the showboating though. I really hate the showboating. I really hate the showboating. Cop feeling like that girl who hooked up with 100 dudes in a day. Yeah.
Starting to behave like Silva. And then Silva got knocked out. When he was showboating a lot.
Yeah, against stick my fingers through the back of your skull, Chris Weidman. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But that was before, he was eye gouging people. Now he's got Silva really angry, so you see how he's overcommitted.
Mm-hmm.
So Silva's already lost the fight if he doesn't get a finish, and I think that he knows that. But as small as Silva is, he's relatively slow compared to Cop.
trying to get that foot up really high now.
Mm-hmm.
He's just a little outmatched on the feet right now. Now we've seen Bruno Silva get stoppages later in the fight, so he's not out of this fight, far from it. Certainly, now Cobb seems to be in control.
Oh, he almost crushed Cop there with the right hand. That was a heavy right hook that looked like it basically shaved his chin. That OF girl really rebranded the meaning of 1 versus 100. It actually was 1 versus 101. It was 101 dudes. And she got at least 3 venereal diseases from it. At least.
It's so fast.
Silva's getting outclassed. Yeah, but he's getting outclassed. Obviously, he's not a slouch. You're not going to find any guys at 125 that don't fight hard and give their best. But this is a ridiculous gap in skill. If not for skill, it's a ridiculous gap in speed. Cop believes in his own BS more than anyone else on the roster, 100%. Her mom is her manager too. Oh, wow. Oh.
Goodness gracious.
How do you train for 1,000 penises?
I don't. That's not a conversation I'd like to continue.
Look at her face.
I don't. Where was ACS?
For real,
Where was
right?
Child Services?
She still needs child services.
Fuck.
And you know the for me, and you know I always put the responsibility on the men, right? She said, ask her mom, not me. My thing is, we are having a crisis of masculinity in modern day society.
Mm-hmm.
One girl with no self-worth is one thing. But to have young men all converge on one place and then stand in line and wait your turn. This is... We got that hive mind shit going again. What does it say about not only how much society values men, but how these men value themselves? She's trying to score 100 points like Wilt Chamberlain, and you want to be Colby at number 81?
Mm-hmm.
Like, does your life in your sexual access hold no value whatsoever? Jake, that's the number she got the herpes from.
So we're not stopping? What the fuck is up, Keith Peterson?
No, that was the end of the second round.
No, I couldn't tell if Keith was telling them to stop or keep going. Because Cop was complaining that he got eye poked. And then Keith was
He's
yelling.
really, really swinging wildly.
But I couldn't tell if Peterson was trying to stop them or Peterson was telling them to keep going.
Oh, okay.
But that was really confusing.
Silva is really selling out to try to pull this out. Cop is seeing everything, too. That was a punch. That's probably why Peterson didn't stop it, because it's probably one of those pawing punches.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, did you see him had him turn the wrong direction?
Mm-hmm.
I just wish that Cop was more easy to root for, But we all knew he was going to win this fight. And here's the beginning of the end. Starting to just cover up. Yeah, and the thing is, he's really tagging his nose a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So,
It looks like he's in pain when he's getting.
yeah. Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, that nose, the nose is what got him. The nose is what got him. I think Dana said something about him getting a top 5 fighter. That wasn't Nuketown, but it definitely was
Painful.
yeah, that was a painful. Yeah, like that's it's just gross, you know, like we're there's so many guys are complaining about being disrespected by society. But then there's a chick that is just trying to be, we're not even talking about a pre-owned Honda. Like she called and the guys are so down bad. You wait for some other guy to finish in her so that you can get your turn. Like, where is your value? I mean, it'd be one thing if she was like a professional in the adult entertainment business. It'd be another thing if the guys that she's working with. Oh, it looked like that. Oh, that was a cup shot. Oh, Manel Kopp gave him the Victor Henry too. Oh, it was a cup shot. He kind of deserved it. He kicked Kopp in the dick. He kicked Kopp in the dick multiple times too. So Travis, I let me talk to you, brother. Travis, I mean, I thank you for being honest, but you're worth more than that. You're worth more than that as a human being, man. Like I said, it'd be one thing if like you were a professional in the adult industry, but women outnumber us, Travis. You don't need to be doing that. You don't need to be doing that. Condom or no condom. No, she wasn't paying anybody to do it. But even if she wanted to pay me, the answer is no. Yeah, that's sad, Travis. That's sad, man. You're worth more than that as a human being. And when men take that position, you are inviting society to continue looking at you as disposable, as worthless. Yeah, we don't chase them, David. We don't chase them, we replace them. Like, you're literally getting no respect in society when guys like you, Travis, are the people that are maintaining society. We really don't need... We don't need, We don't need to have people having more and more reasons to continue to disrespect us. We don't need it. He said he's a scumbag. Yeah, I hope you're just trolling, Travis. You're worth more than that, man. And we like you over here, you know. Yes, Ryan, we know. We know.
We have read your Pepe Le Pew energy.
Ryan said he takes it if they don't give it up.
Oh, I just got a cut and I don't know how.
So basically,
Look.
it happens in the wintertime sometimes.
What the fuck?
You probably got that when you were out there in the cold walking from fucking...
I just felt it now.
Yeah. But yeah, but your skin probably split in the cold.
Motherfucker. I have to buy another 10 of these as backup. You want one? It's from work. That's great.
I could put one in a bag or something. So basically, Banner, he said that he's Diddy the cat. or Diddy the skunk.
Oh. Unrelated to any of this. Because you said in your bag, do you want me to get gummies or something so you have calories in your gym bag?
No, I have that right now. It's still a good amount.
Okay.
I'll be using them tomorrow.
Alright. Just don't want to repeat. You know what I mean?
No, actually, I was using them a lot. It helped me get through the deadlift.
Okay. Well,
I just won't make the. I mean, I haven't trained nearly as much. I've skipped a couple of days since I got sick, so.
you have to look at other calorie options.
Billy Q.
You're really going to push this to like 1:30 a.m., 2 o'clock.
Like it's a fucking pay-per-view.
Thanks, UFC.
It's amazing fighting here in Tampa. I've had a lot of
Oh,
victories
I was holding this wrong.
in UFC. To finally
Yeah, I got Cub winning this one too.
they'll find out.
But I really like both fighters a lot.
Damn, that kick was crazy.
I think this is going to be a high-paced fight. I think both of us can bring it. But I'm just more experienced, and it'll be a good night for me.
After earning a contract on Dana White's Contender Series, Billy Coratello was an instant hit with UFC fans for his all-action style and bonus-winning victories over Gabriel Benitez and Alexander Hernandez that have everyone eager to see what the next step will be. Billy Q.
I think people like my style because it's exciting. I can strike with you. I can wrestle. I can push a pace for 15 minutes, and that's what you're in for tonight.
Damn, this time it's a 3-minute break. Yeah, this timer is pretty good. I hope they keep it.
Mm.
2 more minutes. Maybe some Jeopardy music. One more minute.
Let's make sure we're live. Well, I had green beans and chicken with some orange juice. We might have a cup of that Cold Stone.
Oh, I had some already. You're late.
Oh, well, I'd like to have some. So.
I had Korean beef tacos. Taco one. Can't get ice cream now. 16
Oh, man.
I need to say it in Korean next time.
Oh, man.
That's what I had.
Oh, man.
What's for din din for you, Ryan?
That was wildly inappropriate.
Everything in this comment section is wildly inappropriate. The whole stream.
Nah, that particular one was like, wow.
Yes. It's a Domino's $6.99. Thin crust, not stuffed crust. No, that's Pizza Hut. Never mind. There you go. See? Wildly inappropriate. I'm not the only one. Double sausage.
Pause.
You had that. Cereal as a snack. Was that an early dinner? And then ice cream after that. Actually, we preferred bacon when we used to order pizza more in the past. Or like barbecue bacon, barbecue chicken pizza. It was a little sweet.
Barbecue chicken.
And if we could go to Pizza Hut.
Travis, Ryan, Doctor, and Mrs. Evil, I'm glad we are all here. Yeah, man. Like, you guys are freaking awesome.
UFC.
But I told them we would try to make a move.
Oh, yeah.
To,
What I mean by last UFC is like last fight card of the year. But within the next, or the last 2 Saturdays of the year. Oh yeah, there's 2 more Saturdays left of this year. We're going to try to do a live stream that's just recap, chit-chat, talk about favorite fights, favorite fighters, favorite KOs.
So Cub shaved his head in favor of a creeper's mustache.
Yeah, y'all are an awesome gang.
I mean, it looks like we lost Dan Jensen's, but it's still nice to have the people that are here,
If he ever decides to join us again, he knows where to find us.
Yeah, we're not hard to find.
Or what time to find us. Pretty predictable here.
Yep. Wow, Cub is looking very sharp right now. Nice overhand left. And make no bones about it, I got love for everyone here, even Jay's bunk ass with those lame ass picks. Yep. I mean, we were never really able to be we were never able to be like to grow this platform the way that I really thought that we would. But
we didn't get the numbers that we want, but we have great quality.
Right, yeah.
As far as who joins us each week.
And the thing is, like, she does
quality folks.
She does
quality folks.
She does a lot of work to set up the streams and to try to learn how to use the software better. so that we could show up for you guys every weekend. Like, we really do alter what we do on the weekends to make sure that we show up for you guys every weekend. So,
But you guys make it worth it.
you know, you guys make it worth it, and I'm very thankful for that.
I'd like to learn more for 2025. I always want to improve what's on the screen. It's always the intention. It's just
Cub is really sharp and aggressive right now. Oh man, he's hurting Billy Q. That last one hurt. That right hand.
Hey,
Polly Chaser! Wow! Wow, we haven't seen you in a while.
Good to see you, sir.
Since I have been here, Mrs. Evil has run 5 marathons, and Dr. Evil has run 3. He doesn't know how accurate that is.
Wait, so we can really trace that back, actually. What year did you join us, David? I think it's actually been more than 5.
No, it's been about 3 years. He's been around. I mean, remember, this project is less than 3 years old.
2020, yeah.
2022.
Oh yeah, and I didn't run in 2020 or 2021. Yeah, you're right. Shit.
Yeah.
2020 just messes with the timeline.
Yeah.
That's what it is. The stones were taken in 2020, and what's her face from? We've been rewatching the Marvel films, so I just have Marvel references in my head.
All right.
Yeah. I think you're right, David. He's 3 this year, 2 last year.
Billy Q has left some bruising on Cub's face, particularly the left side.
Probably just 2035.
Yeah, that's probably when Juan Soto will be done playing for the Mets at that point.
Oh, actually, I think he. Yeah.
Ooh! Oh, Billy Q!
Feels like you've had this channel longer than
Yeah, I know.
4 years, but no.
No, it's been about, it was like probably, remember we didn't really get going. Oh, no, Cub, no! No, Cub, no! And Billy is going in on the double leg. Everybody can't wait to use an elbow. He used the Kimura trap to slow Billy Q down.
Apologies, or old Billy.
Remember Billy and Mandy?
Yes.
So you're saying you've seen him go from Chris Rock to
Muscles.
That's some stupid. Oh man.
Oh shit. Babe.
Yeah. Oh wow. Wow, that's a memory, man.
Okay.
Two of the most talented violent grapplers in the sport vying for the title at UFC 311. Lightweight king Islam Makhachev squares off with Arman Saruki. Plus, bantamweight title Rob Dwalin joins
You called me.
I'm glad you popped in, Polly Chaser. It's been a while. And I know it's super early in the morning for you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Excuse me.
I think Cub is in a little bit of trouble though. I don't think he's recovered from the end of the first round. Billy is settled in here. Oh, they just punched each other's hands. Did you see that?
No, actually. I was reading Polly Chaser's comment. That's a good one.
They both tried to throw the opposite side hook.
Mm-hmm.
and then their hands
punch
met
each
together.
other,
Yeah,
yeah.
their hands met. That was kind of crazy.
We didn't see.
Oh, what just
an
happened?
Explosion.
I thought something happened to Billy Q's like ankle or something.
Hmm.
He's like, let me go, man. This Cub is in a lot of trouble. He keeps getting stuck on. Oh! Oh! Cub!
Oh, now Billy's in trouble.
Yep. Oh, Billy. We have not seen Dan Jensen in
About a month.
yeah. So
We're not sure, Polly Chaser.
we're not really sure why he's not showing up. I don't know.
Polly Chasers are the coming. You have to read that one. About you gaining.
If he keeps gaining all this mass, the misses will start floating around. He doesn't know how accurate that is.
I love that reference, Polly Chaser.
You never know who's gonna
become your satellite.
who's gonna be the one to go tilt in this Rock'em Sock'em Robots.
Mm-hmm.
This is probably fight of the night. Ryan Fry says, gonna watch the rest of the fights with my dad. See you guys next fight. I'll sign up for membership in a couple of days. Maybe that will help you out with your next card. Yeah, you end up right on the list of our members. We're also putting out a ton of videos on the channel, so definitely check out some of the commentaries and discussions that I have with Captain Paul. We're putting out a lot of content on the channel. All right, guys, so
Have a good night, Ryan.
please check out what we got going on, especially some of our political content. We've got lock content. The Genius Take the Wheel on my regular channel. Wow, thank you, man. I'm trying to improve that too,
Tell your dad we said hi.
Yeah, and thank you for coming through and hanging out with us. Normally Ryan Fry doesn't hang out the entire stream, but he hung out the entire stream with us, so we really do appreciate it, man. And hopefully there's a Mrs. Evil Light out there for you in the world,
Will she be shorter than
like
me?
Crystal,
Damn.
Light. She'll be a sprinter.
Yeah.
She'll
There
be
you
the
go.
sprinter version of you. I think Billy Q has taken some damage in the nose area, and he's kind of slowed down a little bit because of it.
David has a
Right.
comment. We missed that.
I take care of my 98-year-old grandma and my dad. There will never be another. Well,
Later, dude.
hey man, we got a lot of love for you, brother. If you tie her up, she won't run. Oh God.
That's a different sort of conversation.
Yep, we're a band full of weirdos, really. That's a lot. Low blood. Swanson's shorts are changing colors. Wow, Billy Q, I didn't know you were like this. He's like hammer fisting his quad, stomping on his feet.
Because he made me say it.
Oh man.
There was this one we almost missed. David.
My piece of work dad touched down in my life for a night and hit up my mom. To hit up my mom. In retrospect, he took me to a pawn shop and let me pick out a game. But he only paid for the one that was under $10. Hey man,
Nerd!
it's almost like he bought you the game so that he can go clap cheeks. That's not great, but maybe Polly Chaser will agree to be your dad. I don't know.
David goes, relax. I know my dad.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying. I'm just saying. You know.
Well, this time he said it. Polly Chaser goes, and me, I'm a Boeing 747. I'm gonna truly believe it. It's true. The internet tells me, so don't be a big. Damn, these guys are still going nuts in the third round. Like they haven't almost knocked each other out in the first two. David goes, a Mets fan can't break my spirit. What kind of fan do you need, Polly Chaser? Oh, he read meth fan. Oh, God. We are all weirdos. And nerds. Oh, there we go. There it goes. Yep.
Oh wow. I was sending.
We knew it was going to happen. Just didn't know who. Oh. Polly Chaser goes, did someone get hit again? Someone got knocked out. He just fell backwards. As we like to say, like a sack of potatoes.
Nasty ass knockouts today, you know. Did someone get hit again? Wow. Oh, that's it.
And whap.
That was the way that Kamaru Usman went down when he took that weird ass head kick. He kind of sat down and then splashed out. Look, the sit down splash out, you know. Oh man. Oh man. Oh, on his head.
Blood just.
The back of his head. And his hands were down. That's possible, you know. Consensual knockouts hurt the brain in more ways than one.
Yeah.
Well, Cub Swanson was going to win whether he won the fight or not. Look who that is in that green dress. We already know what kind of ladies he likes.
Flotation devices.
Whoa!
It's late.
Whoa, that was savage.
I mean, those are floaties there. With boobs? I'm just saying, she wouldn't drown. Nothing wrong with saying that.
That was a shot better. We know it too. Johnny Walker did the Billy Q did the Johnny Walker roller coaster celebration.
Backwards, yeah.
Yeah, when Kamaru Usman got knocked out like that, I thought it was a knockdown. I didn't think he was out because he sat down, but his whole body just crumpled. What is what? What is that? What is what? Traitors?
Trying to give an accurate description.
Some traitors.
So that way Polly Chaser can get an accurate picture.
I really hope Buckley goes nuclear.
Oh, he said the Johnny Walker roller coaster celebration.
Oh.
So, you know the move, the worm, that people like to do, where they like roll on the ground? He likes to do that sometimes after. He used to like to do that. I think one time he tried to do that and he dislocated his shoulder or like injured himself celebrating after one of his fights. So that's what we mean by the Johnny Walker roller coaster. So the gentleman who landed backwards, we're just picturing Johnny Walker doing that.
I'm sure your family's here. Unbelievable night. Cup swans and everything. Listen, I don't normally like to harp on a guy's age, but when you're 41, you go out there and you do that to Billy Quarantello, who was tough, was really pushing him, pushing the pace in that second round, and still getting it done like that. I kind of wish you'd have just set them down right there and just been out on that note. But that's not my job. That's Cup's job to figure out what he wants to do. So right in there.
Because now I'm even more confused. Are you familiar with the move, the worm? Where people just do that worm-like
They just flop with their belly on the ground.
motion on the ground as they're dancing.
Well, Johnny Walker probably drinks a lot of Johnny Walker, unfortunately, the way he acts. They said that he has the 5th shortest amount of time on bottom position during his time in the UFC. So there's something that he's doing right as far as wrestling is concerned. You know, he looks like he's got the build of a football player.
One more fight. One more fight. Oh my goodness gracious.
Oh, man.
The great fight fans of Florida have been treated to a night of some epic finishes, epic knockouts.
Last fight of the year. Yeah.
Yep.
Shit.
Watching UFC Fight Night, Covington versus Buckley. As we continue for one final fight of the year inside Amalie Arena. UFC Fight Night is presented.
Let me make sure this is pointing to the right file.
It goes beyond just getting the win. In his eyes, it's about creating moments. He's starting to put together a nice collection, especially as an unbeaten welterweight contender. But is he ready for the big time? Is he ready to go for prospect and championship threat? Is he ready for chaos?
Everybody told me
Yeah, 300 probably. There were one or two other like really, really crazy cars that we really enjoyed. But especially with the way that Max finished it.
they just asked me to fail. Why take the fight on short notice?
Best production of the year?
Enjoy, proving critics and doubters wrong.
The Spear.
Sphere? Yeah.
Puts me right back in the title
Yeah.
conversation.
I don't even remember the fights. I just remember
Hungry contender.
all the stuff happening around the fights.
I'm gonna show my true potential, and I'm not gonna leave it in
Thank you.
refs' hands. And I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna show that I am the best welterweight
I'm glad that she covered the spoon with ice cream so it can't tip over and fall out.
Smart.
Smart?
Smart. Oh, Jake has a question for you. I don't know the answer to that question.
Honest question is the LeBron video where he said, "Ain't no party like a Diddy party. They go all night." I don't even know.
They're going to show that knockout every chance they can. Stop showing him knocking out Stephen Thompson. That's another, another thing. You know, I said earlier that Conor McGregor, I said a couple of weeks ago that I think that Conor McGregor is capable of SA. But I didn't think that he was guilty in this instance. I don't know if Jay-Z is... Why did they show the same clip twice? Because Colby, they don't have a lot to choose from with Colby Covington. He's boring. When it comes to Sean Carter, a.k.a. Jay-Z, I don't know if he's capable of SA. No, that's not the upset of the year. Hell no. There are way bigger upsets than that. You could say that DDP beating Izzy was a bigger upset. Izzy was winning that fight.
We have
Max Holloway, that was a pretty big upset over Justin Gaethje.
potentials. We have card of the year.
But
Upset of the year.
it's obvious that the woman accusing Jay-Z is lying.
Fighter of the year.
The last two women that accused Conor McGregor lying. And the thing is, I'm not really like a fan of who Sean Carter is as a person. I don't really like him as a person. I like him as a rapper early in his career. Conor McGregor is the reason that I'm not a Conor McGregor fan anymore. So I can tell you guys that I'm looking at this with a very objective eye. We have to stop it with these women lying about SA, because women are going to come forward with stories of actual abuse, and they're going to get run through the ringer. They're going to have people trying to verify every little piece of the story, and they're going to be victims who are going to be victimized all over again. You know, having to go through the gauntlet because nobody believes them anymore because of all the women that came before them that lied. It's bad. It's bad. And I'm not saying that Sean Carter is not capable of it. You know, I'm not going to say that he is, because that would also be unfair, but if I heard that there was a real story that he did that, I'd be like, well, not shocked. But it's obvious that the woman in this particular case is lying her fucking ass off. And the same thing with Conor McGregor. I think Conor McGregor is capable of SA. But now we've seen two women lie about it. Where it's like blatantly clear that they lied. It's bad business.
He feels he beats him everywhere. He feels that this isn't even going to be a fight. Now, partly that's because of the 5-fight win streak. Some of the people that he's beaten, stopping the likes of Vincente Lucas, Stephen Wonderboy Thompson. But also, it's just who he is. He's a
Potty Chaser says, I have read enough of his life story. Not great people to me. Yeah.
She was on some podcast and her testimony was just full of errors, not buying this case against him. Exactly. Jay was 30 and Beyonce was 16, but assault seems like something he wouldn't do. He didn't need to do. So here is a common misconception about SA. Men who have a ton of monetary success and access to resources, they probably engage in SA more often than guys who are broke.
So who can have a cane? Oh, it's a flag. Oh my god.
So what do you say, Joaquin Buckley is not a real American? I would love to see him get knocked out after all of this too.
Hogan can barely walk.
The leg drop
Yeah.
fucked up his hips. His hips are finished. He probably can't even get a hip replacement.
And then he pre-cut the shirt so that he can tear it.
I think life is different when you got all these women. You're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct, Paula Chaser. I want to kind of stick to my original point. I don't want to get sidetracked, but you're 1,000,000% correct. You know, when you get these guys that basically are told that they're untouchable because they know how to sing a song or write a rap or dunk a basketball or put on a helmet, right? And you have all of these chicks throwing themselves at them. Not only does it warp your sexual appetite if you allow it, but you have to understand that when a guy has that level of access and he still chooses to SA somebody, it's not about the insert tab A in the slot B, C, or D, right? The thing is, if it was about gratification, I'm trying to watch my words here for YouTube purposes. If it was about gratification, then there's plenty of women that they can get that from. But the thing is, it's not about the pleasure of the act. It's about the dominance over somebody else. The power is not even a power exchange, right? You are dominating your industries, and sometimes, you know, just regular old having it thrown at you and you don't even have to work at it, you know? Sometimes these guys, and then some of these guys actually think they're entitled to it. Like, you see all these women want me, you should just take this dick, you know? There's so many things that are, oh, he's a 2-to-1 favorite, Buckley is. With a 4-inch reach advantage. Wow. Yeah, so don't get it confused, man. You know, I know a lot of people want to assume that, like, just because a guy has a lot of access, that what would he need to do that for? Usher was out here giving herpes to ugly, morbidly obese women. Usher. And we all dragged the chick that brought the lawsuit, like, look at you. What are you talking about? He gave... and it turned out that it was actually true. Usher can literally get any woman, any black woman in particular, on planet Earth. But he chooses to give herpes to fat chicks. It's not about the sex, guys. Jay was openly with Beyonce when she was 16 and cuddled with her in a music video, so Jay wasn't hiding his weird relationship preferences. I'm not actually sure all of that is true. And, like, you know, being in a music video is a music video. I don't. I would probably need to hear about. I would need to hear actual proof that they had a liaison together prior to her turning 17, 18 years old. I would need to actually see like definitive proof, and I don't know if we're ever gonna get that. I bet Colby would say, "Of course I'm a real American," and then say some shit about how Joaquin, is from Africa. Buckley is something Colby is not. Someone on the come up wanting to steamroll the competition. Yeah. Yeah, Colby Covington is happy just point fighting. Bully B. Yeah, so obviously we're not talking about Bilal Muhammad. That guy is capable of laying on somebody. But Bully B, that version of him, yeah. Polychaser. Having said that, at that level, it can also bring out someone's true nature. And if someone is not a great person, that can express itself in a bad, bad way. I do agree with that. And a lot of these guys that are in the music industry were violated.
No touch of the gloves. Colby Covington continues to keep us guessing, known for his outlandish behavior during fight.
Yeah.
It's the 13-second knockout with Colby Covington all twisted up. That would just be awesome. But we'll see what happens.
It's a sign of a lack of confidence in this main event. Final fight of the year, Buckley in white, Covington is in blue.
So, I don't even need to say it. The better striker of the two, the more powerful, the more explosive, and the more dangerous is Joaquin Buckley. That's just a fact.
Joaquin is really aggressive to start this fight.
Top welterweights on the planet for a very long time.
This is definitely a fight I'm rooting for him in.
Fantastic wrestling.
I'm not a good person. I just suck at being an asshole. That is the comment of the stream. For real. That's the comment of the stream.
Right, David. You win the honor.
But we have to also, like, fix his grammar. We'll make him look better than he is.
Stoppages in two of them, including against Vicente Luque and Stephen Wonderboy Thompson. His strength of schedule at 185 is top.
Now, obviously, this is 5 rounds as well. Colby Covington, no stranger to doing that. Many 5-round fights, lots of experience there. So, maybe he wants to try and slow Buckley down a little bit.
The power of Joaquin Buckley, you can see he's bristling with it. You know, just like in his stance, he's bristling with power. I don't know how long he can last as a fighter. You know, we saw, you know, the guy that is most comparable to him, especially at the 170, would be Tyron Woodley. He just stuffed the shit out of that takedown with immense power. I mean,
It's like, we're not fucking grappling.
his technique was good, you know? But I told you guys, I think that there is a real difference in physical strength.
Damn. His
Colby
face is already
Covington.
fucked up.
Colby Covington, I think he took a shot to the eye. He might have taken a knuckle in the eye. Yeah, look at him. Look at him. He's hurting.
He's crying blood.
That eye is hurting, and that blood, wherever he's bleeding, is bleeding into his eye.
Looks like he has 2 cuts.
Have you seen Joaquin Buckley use kicks this effective before?
Besides, like, the one big one? No.
Oh, big overhand left.
That's a nice sequence
He's really pawing at that eye.
Mm-hmm.
It's really bothering him. And he might be selling out because he might think that something's really wrong. I think he might be selling out to try to win this with a knockout. I mean, if Colby Covington won with a knockout, I wouldn't be like super depressed. I wouldn't be. It'd be like, oh, you're finally trying to knock people out, you know? Did he just bow his head down to throw a high kick?
Seemed like it.
Buckley is definitely winning round one. And is this Buckley's first 5-round fight? Can somebody verify that? Everyone has a history if you talk long enough, but that goes out of the window at some point. Some behavior cannot be excused. Yeah. She's got an underhook here. And on a single leg. Nope. Made him put it down. Ooh, look at that sprawl. And he's way stronger than you. Like Covington, he's stronger than you. You're gonna have to strike with him.
Look at his face.
Didn't we just have somebody say that Buckley has no wrestling? The dude has almost no bottom time in the UFC.
Covington looks wonderful.
She does not like Covington.
I really like the new style that he's rocking right now.
Oh! Oh!
Yes. Suddenly have a second wind.
Oh, saved by the bell.
I like that. Like, let me just smear my balls over your forehead before I go to my corner.
Dragon balls! He said, oh, my Dragon balls. So I know one of you were saying Buckley's got no wrestling. I don't know. It was nice to see Colby Covington swinging with conviction, though. I'll give him that credit. Because you don't see that often. Boom! Oh, no, he tripped. Okay, it wasn't a knockdown. It wasn't a knockdown.
Aw, they didn't replay the ball drag.
Oh,
Right
he's got a
on
mouth
it.
on his eyelid.
Yeah, look at that. Looks fancy.
Fancy smancy. The blood was slathered.
He's gonna slather it on himself.
It's starting to bleed again. He keeps pawing at it. That means it stings. He might be having some pain from it, not just from the blood spilling from it, because he just keeps pawing at it. When there was no blood coming from it, he was pawing at it. I love how defensively responsible Joaquin Buckley is, even with all the power he has. Even with all the power he has, he's defensively responsible. Oh, nice shot to the body, Buckley. You're going to make up for knocking out my guy, Stephen Wonderboy Thompson, with knocking out this asshole. And, you know, imagine going from knocking out the very nicest person to the biggest asshole from one fight to the next. Amy Kaplan said Covington is looking rough. Oh, that looks like a desperation shot. That's a desperation shot. But he's in on his hips here. Drops to his knees in the DS position, dick sucking position. Okay, so he finally got a takedown.
He's in side control. He's advancing his position. Buckley's job here is to take no damage. Buckley's already back to his seat. And Covington's got the seatbelt on him, trying to keep him on his elbow. He wants to grab that wrist to pull him back down. And he finally gets it. And now he's bleeding all over Buckley. He's really, really interested in trying to get into mount here. And he could lose this position if he continues to keep trying to force. Oh, he's back to his... Oh, he's back to his feet. He's just powerful. He's just powerful. He's 1 for 4 in takedowns. And the one he just can't hold him on the ground. And part of the reason why he can't hold him on the ground is because his blood that is pouring out of his eyelid is acting as a lubricant. Hey, Buckley, no fingers toward the eyes of your opponent. Nice jab that they jab exchange from both guys. Oh, nice leg kick from Buckley. He just kind of stuck that in there. Yeah. Right to the quad. He needs to stop pawing at that eyelid. He needs to stop doing that because he's probably going to kind of cause the tear to get worse.
And then his eyelid just falls off.
Come on, man.
Just saying.
Come on, man. I'm trying to eat ice cream here.
You can finish your ice cream.
Oh, nice combo from Covington. Oh, nice double jab from Buckley.
Try to take his head off with that.
Yeah, well, yeah. The stance switch from Buckley. Oh! Do you give Buckley round 2?
The judge will probably give it to Covington because of the ground time. And they'll go, oh,
There wasn't a lot of ground time, though.
No, but you always have that one judge that's like, oh, he got him to the ground. It's automatically yours now.
But I question it just simply because he couldn't keep him on the ground. He did no damage while on the ground, and he had 2 shots already stuffed in the round before that.
Oh yeah. I mean, I give it to
And
Buckley. Oh, look at his cheek.
And Buckley beat him on the feet pretty substantially, you know.
Yeah. It's like he's in a fight with Freddy Krueger.
You're out here wearing the other guy's blood.
Oh, look at that.
Yo, his face is spitting blood out of it. Look, it's now. Oh!
This is great.
Look. Desperation shot right out. Colby Covington is in a lot of trouble. Oh, he's ripping the body.
I mean, they've definitely made it worth staying up to 1:40.
Mm-hmm. We both got work at 10 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
He's really splitting Covington's guard. Right up the middle.
Damn. Is he gonna give Colby Covington another broken bone in his face? Nope. 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 Oh, he bounced his head off the ground like a basketball. Elbow. Elbow. Oh,
Yeah.
come on. He's in now.
Too much
Oh.
blood. That's okay.
Oh.
That's okay.
Left hand. Combinate. Oh.
Beautiful uppercut. How much more can Colby Covington take? It's coming soon, I'm telling you.
Covington's gonna need some Buckleys after this. He's gonna be feeling sick. He's got the rear flare face on, being hunted down by what he would call a super predator, aka a black man. Oh, he's just now punching him in the forehead. The way he just hit him with the left in the forehead.
Very satisfying.
Yes. Oh, another desperation. Another desperation shot. Looks like he's got a lot of wrestling practice. Bro, oh man. Yep. Oh, nice elbow! Ground and pound! You're gonna grab your ankle, guy. Oh, he's got his back. Oh, no. He's gonna fall off. He's gonna fall off. All right, he's got a very high body triangle here. Is he going for an armbar?
You think so?
He's trying to... Oh, he slipped out. No!
Oh, look at all that blood on the floor.
Oh, his face is open. Look at all that blood.
Oh, it's just a massive puddle.
Yeah! Look at his knee.
No.
Look at Buckley's knee.
There's just so much blood in that one spot.
Oh,
Look
see
at
there?
it right there.
Oh, that shit is in 3 dimensions.
It's really a puddle.
Oh no.
Oh, Dan.
Dan.
You're done fucked up, dude. This is a great last fight of the year.
Buckley still won this round, even if Covington finishes here with like the last 80 seconds. Buckley still won this round.
Mm-hmm.
There's so much of... Oh, Covington's blood is everywhere! All right, he got to the cage.
Yep.
Yep, back to his feet.
Okay.
Just like
That's
that.
fine.
He's going to get this underhook. He's
Okay.
back to his feet. Yep, let's go, Buckley. Let's go. Again, there was nothing done with and it wasn't a takedown.
I want to see what his face looks like at the end.
That dude is going to pass out from the blood loss. Look at the power of Look at Buckley's uniform. Oh, it's about to be a TKO again. Look at
He's like, oh fuck, I got it on me.
That's why he was trying to stay on the ground. That's why he was trying to stay on the ground, because he didn't want them to see his face.
Dan's face is like, oh, that's fucking
He
gross.
tore your shit up. And Buckley is like, nah, I wanted to continue fucking your shit up. They didn't let me.
Everyone's in the way. I want to see.
He's like, look, I'm still pretty. We good. The way Dan Buckley
I was like,
was
whoa.
like, oh. Boom! That double jab that I saw, that was the one I was like, ooh, that's a nasty double jab. Ooh. He looks sad.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah.
Oh, he's got 2 cuts now.
Yeah. No, he had 2 cuts the whole time.
No, but I didn't realize he also had a cut underneath here. I knew he had a cut here and here, but he also has one here. And I think that was probably what made her say no. She's got one there and there. Upper and lower lid.
And the thing is, she was giving him that look after before the start of the
he
third round,
probably
like,
didn't
come on,
have,
man.
The lower lid one.
Yeah, but she was looking at him like,
I'm probably gonna.
and that's why he came out at the end of at the start of the second, swinging and banging, and well, swanging with no banging, and then he came out and did that bullshit fucking level change from the middle of the cage as soon as it started. Joaquin Buckley ripped him to shreds. Damn, you got fucked up.
So
There's
this
a
is
little
the
bit,
last
yeah.
one of the year.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, based on the doctor's advice, referee Dan Mergliata has called a stop to this contest at 4 minutes, 42 seconds of round number 3. Declaring the winner by TKO, Joaquin Buckley.
That's a lot of titties in the crowd. Like, why you put that camera in that woman's face like that?
Congratulations.
Appreciate that. Hey, Tampa, I know that ain't the fight that y'all really wanted. I know we spilled a little blood, but I know y'all wanted to see a knockout, man, so my bad, y'all. I should have hurried up in the first.
He's apologizing. We just spilled a little bit of blood.
I know I got a TKO, but it wasn't a KO. Sorry for the T in the TKO.
What do you want next?
Man, to be honest with you, man, I gotta thank God first, man, for putting me right here and really kind of blessing me for me to chase my dreams, dog. And not only just chase my dreams, but give me the confidence to chase it.
Blessing me with these muscles.
Did you
so I can fuck people up.
Do you notice how messed up his right ear is? He's got a lot of wrestling. I know one of you said that he didn't. He's got that cauliflower ear to prove it.
Next year, but you say who I want?
Who do you want?
So look, since everybody leaving, that's a damn shame, because the fans gonna pick my goddamn opponent next. My fans gonna pick my opponent, all right? So I'm gonna give y'all 3 names, all right? The one that y'all make the most noise for, that's who I'm gonna pick for my next opponent, all right? So y'all ready? I can't hear you. No, y'all ready? That's what I'm talking about. First name right here, Leon. Second name, Kamar Usman.
I like this call out.
Last one. Take the throne from below Muhammad. Which one is that? Let's go.
It's pretty close. What do you think?
I think it's Kamar Usman, baby. Let's go.
Sounded like that for me.
I like the way he did that. That was nice to do a crowd poll like that. That's nice.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Joaquin Buckley.
What a way to end the year for the UFC. What a way to do so for Joaquin Buckley.
Well, guys, thanks for hanging with us today.
Thanks for hanging with us all year.
All year.
We're going to be looking to. We don't have any new comments, right?
No comments.
Can you check over there? Normally people are pretty excited about. Did our comments freeze?
I'm sorry, guys. There was.
Yeah, our comments froze on our.
We didn't realize that people were. All right. One moment.
David Benison, Dr. Stubbage. All right, yeah, Poly Chasers. Everyone has a history comment was the last one we saw.
Damn, we missed so many.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, here we go.
No. Scroll up.
I'm sorry,
Let me look
David,
at these
we-
comments.
We read that. The glad you specified that.
No, look, this is the last one. Always. Oh. Oh, now it's showing on this one. But this was the last one.
Weird. All right, sorry guys. We're just
Yeah.
seeing some of the last.
Yeah,
comments.
everyone has a history. It was the last one we were able to see before. Where's Ryan? His boy's getting smashed. Hey, yo, pause. Maybe that is his goal. More blood, more slippery. This guy's a genius. No, bigger cut, more blood. I mean, I don't know. From my perspective, watching you two freaks getting all excited over all this hitting is more entertaining.
If you would have seen the amount of blood,
Oh man, if you would have seen the amount of blood.
that's why we freaked out.
Colby is making Buckley a boring fighter? What are you talking about? Yo, Banner, what's wrong with you?
Banner probably would have him knocked out.
Yeah. So thank you very, very much, yo. Like, this is a very entertaining stream to be a part of. First, I would like to thank the god of baseball. His name is Steve Cohen, owner of the New York Mets. Thank you for making this stream possible. Thank you for making it possible for a collection of Yankee fans that have not stopped crying tears for the last 6 days.
My God.
Thank you for making that possible. Thank you, Juan Soto, for choosing the team with the brightest future. Okay. Thank you to viewers. You guys have been really good to us tonight. We really do appreciate all of you. Thank you to Joaquin Buckley, who redeemed himself after knocking out my boy. Look, you murdered my boy. Stephen Wonderboy Thompson, and then tore up Colby Covington. So, thank you for that. We had a lot of interesting fights, a lot of... Victor Henry was with us in spirit today.
He was.
It was great talking sports with you guys, talking life with you guys. We will continue to,
UFB. And you guys know what we meant.
in the last UFV. Wow. Awful.
I'm tired.
Awful.
I'm tired.
Oh my god, man.
Because it's a pay-per-view there.
A UF view, ultimate fighting view.
Yeah.
But yeah, speaking of stuff that doesn't make any sense, Polly Chaser.
Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, I am fucking up. This is what I meant. Oh, because it's being covered by the thingy. Oh, I know. Anyway. Man, I'm just...
Fucking it up.
Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna stop touching it. Stop touching it.
Thank you guys so much, man. We're gonna develop something for like a little live podcast for you guys. If not next weekend, the weekend after that, or something like that. Something before the end of the year, right?
Yeah, I think I prefer to get it done this weekend. So, something short and sweet, an hour or
Like
so
you.
in the middle of the day. I'm short and sweet, and sour sometimes.
Well, again,
First
you
sour.
guys are just freaking awesome. I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. Please check out some of the videos that we have on the channel. A lot of the content here I think you guys will find interesting. We'd love to get your opinions on some of the topics that we're talking about. So definitely head on over to the video section at some point this weekend
and sound off in the comments about, you know, we're talking about everything. We're talking about the interpersonal dealings between men and women. We're talking about, we got a video coming out about Hunter Biden being pardoned. We have a bunch of different things that are on deck. So check out the stuff when it comes out. Thank you so much for watching, and have a